You are smarter than most people. You are not antisocial. As Albert Einstein once said, the monotony and solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind. If you've ever felt out of place in a crowded room, preferring the depth of your own thoughts over shallow conversations, it's not because you're antisocial. It's because your intelligence is guiding you toward deeper meaning. In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover why solitude is often the companion of those with sharper minds and how embracing this truth can lead to profound spiritual awakening and personal growth. Do you believe intelligence naturally draws us toward solitude? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear your perspective. 1. Intelligent people and solitude. Intelligent people often step away from social life not because they despise others or carry arrogance in their hearts, but because they sense that life has a depth far beyond what can be found in shallow conversations and fleeting entertainments, and this inner knowing pulls them into solitude where meaning is clearer and truth is sharper. For Arthur Schopenhauer, solitude was not a weakness, but the natural destiny of those who think deeply. Because once the mind is awakened to greater truths, the soul finds little nourishment in triviality. In our modern world, this truth is even more visible, as countless people fill their days with social noise, endless gossip, and digital distractions, while those with intelligence and spiritual awakening quietly withdraw, recognizing that peace and wisdom cannot be cultivated in chaos. To prefer solitude is not to be antisocial. It is to be selective, to choose what uplifts the soul rather than what drains it, and to stand firm in the awareness that silence often speaks more powerfully than 1,000 empty words. Schopenhauer understood that solitude is the workshop of the mind and the sanctuary of the spirit, where creativity blossoms, vision sharpens, and wisdom matures. And this is why history's greatest thinkers, inventors, and prophets have always cherished silence. Today, solitude may look like choosing an evening of reading, meditation, or reflection over the lure of constant connection, or walking away from a crowded room, not because you dislike people, but because you crave a conversation with your own soul. This choice is not selfish. It is sacred, because through solitude, a man refines his intelligence and discovers the spiritual truths that guide him forward. In a society that often mistakes busyness for success and noise for vitality, the intelligent man must remember that stillness is where transformation begins, and that a mind trained in solitude is a mind that can withstand any storm. Yet true solitude is never about building walls of pride. It is about creating space to hear the deeper voice within, the voice of wisdom that whispers through silence. Intelligence without spirituality risks becoming cold and detached, but intelligence joined with spiritual awakening becomes a force of clarity, compassion, and higher vision. This means that the man who embraces solitude must not use it as a weapon of superiority, but as a well from which he draws insight to serve others. Modern life constantly demands that we be available, visible, and responsive. Yet the intelligent and spiritually awakened soul knows the power of stepping back, of saying no, of carving sacred time for reflection, so that his presence in the world becomes more meaningful when he chooses to engage. Therefore, solitude should be seen not as an escape from people, but as a return to self, not as rejection of the world, but as preparation to re-enter it with strength and wisdom. The man who chooses solitude learns that silence is not emptiness, but fullness, not loneliness, but freedom. And in that freedom, he discovers his truest identity. Schopenhauer's wisdom reminds us that solitude is the natural companion of intelligence, and spirituality teaches us that it is also the soil in which awakening grows. To embrace solitude is to embrace transformation, and to walk away from the superficial is to walk toward the eternal, where the soul finds the clarity it has been longing for all along. Do you often feel more at peace in solitude than in a crowd? If yes, share your story in the comments so others can connect with your experience. If not, simply comment, "I will embrace solitude," to begin honoring your intelligence and spiritual wisdom today. 2. Shallow interactions versus depth of mind. Most people spend their days caught up in surface-level exchanges, conversations that circle around weather, money, or trivial matters. Interactions that are often more about protecting ego and maintaining appearances than sharing anything real. To someone whose intelligence runs deep, this kind of social life can feel draining, artificial, and hollow because they see through the performance. They notice the masks people wear, the rehearsed smiles, the empty laughter that tries to cover over discomfort or insecurity. What feels like connection to others may feel like deception to them because the energy is not rooted in authenticity. This is why many highly intelligent individuals often choose solitude, not because they dislike people, but because they are searching for something truer than small talk and rituals of ego. Solitude becomes a sanctuary where they can think freely, breathe deeply, and listen to the quiet truths that ordinary noise drowns out. In this silence, they find clarity, because the absence of shallow performance allows the soul to stretch into new dimensions of understanding. This choice is not arrogance, but alignment, an inner decision to honor what feels genuine. When you strip away the need to perform for others, what remains is a space of raw honesty, where you are no longer bound by superficial expectations, but liberated to be yourself fully. This is the space where spirituality and spiritual development flourish, because in solitude, you can finally hear the voice of intuition and the call of your higher self. History's greatest minds, from philosophers to poets, recognize this truth. Arthur Schopenhauer once observed, "The more unintelligent a man is, the less mysterious existence seems to him." His words reveal that shallow interactions flatten life into routines, while the intelligent, the spiritually awake, and the seekers of truth sense that life itself is layered with mysteries that cannot be reached through empty chatter. Those who feel alien in superficial gatherings are not antisocial. They are simply attuned to a different frequency, one that longs for authenticity and depth. This longing manifests in everyday choices, preferring a meaningful book to endless gossip, a quiet walk in nature to a crowded party, an honest conversation to a room full of masks. Each of these choices is a declaration that the quality of life matters more than its noise, and that the spirit grows stronger in silence than in performance. The pull toward solitude is also the pull toward inner expansion, because when you are alone, you are not really lonely. You are with yourself, and in that presence lies the beginning of wisdom. Solitude becomes the soil where seeds of insight, clarity, and strength take root. It teaches you to value depth over distraction, essence over appearance, and authenticity over approval. If you have ever felt drained by shallow conversations, if you have ever walked away from a crowd and felt relief in your own company, know that it is not a flaw, but a sign of intelligence and a call to spiritual development. It is life's way of showing you that your path is meant to go deeper, that your spirit hungers for truth, and that your growth cannot be confined to shallow waters. Protect your energy and do not apologize for seeking depth. Let solitude become your teacher, your mirror, and your sanctuary. For when you honor this call, you discover that true connection is not about quantity, but quality. Not about ego, but essence. And not about being everywhere, but being fully present where truth is allowed to live. If you know your mind was made for depth, not shallow interactions, comment below. I choose depth to affirm your path of spiritual wisdom and intelligence. 3. Solitude as freedom and authenticity. Schopenhauer once said, "A man can be himself only so long as he is alone." Solitude is not a curse, nor is it a rejection of others. It is freedom, the purest state where the soul breathes and the mind is allowed to expand without interference. In solitude, intelligence flourishes, creativity awakens, and truth reveals itself with clarity. To be alone is to walk into the inner sanctuary where distractions fade and authenticity emerges. It is not loneliness, but a form of liberation that gives you permission to be fully yourself. When the world demands masks, solitude offers you the mirror of your own soul. Most people run from this mirror because it forces them to face what they have long buried. They cling to constant noise, endless conversations, and fleeting entertainment, so they never have to sit with their true thoughts. But if you feel called to silence, if you find comfort in solitude, it means your intelligence is guiding you to something greater. Carl Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." To turn inward is not antisocial behavior. It is the beginning of awakening, the threshold of spiritual wisdom. Solitude is not emptiness, but the soil where self-awareness and transformation take root. History shows us that the greatest thinkers embrace solitude as their ally. Albert Einstein admitted, "The monotony and solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind." Nikola Tesla walked alone so he could listen to ideas that others were too distracted to hear. Leonardo da Vinci withdrew from the crowd not because he despised people, but because he needed the silence to unlock the visions that changed the world. Their solitude was not isolation, but connection to higher intelligence, to truth, to the divine spark of inspiration. What others mistook as detachment was, in fact, the path to genius. If you find that crowded rooms exhaust you, if endless small talk leaves you restless, it does not mean you are broken or cold-hearted. It means your mind is designed for depth. You hunger for meaning, not for noise, for genuine connection, not superficial approval. Choosing to step away is not weakness, but strength, not arrogance, but intelligence. You are protecting the sanctity of your energy, conserving it for what truly matters. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that silence is not the absence of sound, but the presence of alignment with the self. Solitude becomes the sacred ground where your inner voice grows louder than the world's distractions. When you embrace solitude, you discover that you are not running away from life. You are stepping into the heart of it. This is where your intelligence sharpens, where your soul speaks, and where your spirit finds peace. Schopenhauer was right. Only in solitude do we truly meet ourselves. Jung was right. Only by looking inward do we awaken. And the truth is clear. Your solitude is not a sign of being antisocial. It is proof that you are smarter than most people, that you are aligned with spiritual wisdom, and that you are brave enough to seek authenticity in a world addicted to noise. If solitude feels like freedom and a return to your true self, comment below. I embrace authenticity. Let this be your commitment to living with intelligence and spiritual wisdom. 4. Intelligence and suffering. With deeper awareness comes an intensity of suffering, because the more clearly one sees the truth of life, the more one feels the weight of impermanence, absurdity, and endless striving. Intelligence and suffering are inseparable, for once the veil of illusion is lifted, you can no longer hide behind the comforting distractions that shield most people from reality. You begin to notice how everything is fleeting, how desires burn brightly but fade quickly, and how every pursuit of pleasure or success leads back to the same emptiness. Arthur Schopenhauer's words ring true here. The more intelligent a man is, the more he suffers. This does not mean that intelligence condemns you to misery, but rather that it opens your eyes to see beyond the surface of existence, where most people are content to dwell. To live with intelligence and spiritual awakening is to feel the sharp edges of reality, to sense the futility of chasing what never lasts, and to recognize that desire and dissatisfaction form an endless cycle. A man may long for wealth, status, or companionship, and for a brief moment, he may feel fulfilled. But soon, the dissatisfaction returns, urging him to chase something else. When you are awake, you see this cycle clearly, and that very clarity can feel unbearable. Yet within this suffering lies the seed of wisdom. For the pain of seeing life's illusions dissolves the false and draws you toward what is real. Spirituality teaches that suffering is not an enemy, but a guide, a fire that refines the soul in the same way gold is purified in the furnace. Through suffering, you begin to seek meaning, not in the external world, but in the depths of your own being, where truth and freedom reside. In modern life, this truth is often misunderstood. Those who prefer solitude over noisy company are quickly judged as antisocial. Yet solitude for the awakened man is not loneliness, but strength. It is in solitude that clarity deepens, creativity unfolds, and the inner voice becomes audible. The Bible reminds us, "Be still and know that I am God." And that stillness is not a void, but a doorway into wisdom and peace. In a society obsessed with distraction and noise, choosing silence becomes a radical act of courage, and it is in that silence that the intelligent man discovers his power. Carl Jung noted that man needs difficulties. They are necessary for health. And this insight shows that suffering and conflict are not curses, but essential teachers in the process of individuation, the path to becoming whole. When you carry the burden of awareness, it is easy to feel out of place in a world where others seem satisfied with shallow pursuits. But this feeling is not a flaw. It is evidence that your spirit is awake. Intelligence strips away the illusions of permanence and control. And although this stripping brings pain, it also invites transformation. The suffering that once felt heavy begins to reveal its higher purpose, for it teaches you detachment from false promises and aligns you with deeper truths. Rather than running from this awareness, embrace it. For it is through suffering that wisdom matures, and through solitude that strength is born. The intelligent man, awakened to the cycles of life, learns not to numb himself with distractions, but to sit with his thoughts, to meditate, to write, to grow, and to live with a freedom untouchable by the illusions that bind others. And though the journey is not without pain, it is precisely this pain that becomes the path to profound wisdom, lasting strength, and the quiet dignity of a soul fully awake. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights on intelligence and suffering. Type in the comments, "I embrace my intelligence and rise above suffering," to affirm your journey today. 5. Detachment as rebellion. Arthur Schopenhauer once described society as a stage where countless individuals wear masks, each one carefully crafted to gain approval, validation, and applause. Yet beneath these masks lies a deep emptiness that the intelligent soul cannot ignore. When you begin to see the world in this way, the constant pursuit of recognition feels shallow, almost meaningless, and you realize how much of human life is spent chasing illusions rather than truth. This is why those with higher intelligence often feel detached, not because they despise people, but because they sense something greater beyond the performance. Detachment becomes a quiet rebellion, a refusal to keep playing roles that were never authentic to begin with, a way of protecting one's inner integrity. It is not about rejecting life, but about rejecting false values, shallow conversations, and the exhausting pursuit of appearances. For true spirituality and spiritual development only begin when you stop living through borrowed scripts and start creating your own. In this rebellion of detachment, freedom takes on a new meaning, because freedom is no longer about doing what the crowd approves of, but about setting your own pace, defining your own values, and walking your own path. The intelligent person understands that solitude is not isolation, but sacred ground for growth, creativity, and clarity. While many run from solitude because it confronts them with their own inner emptiness, those who are spiritually awakened embrace it as the place where wisdom matures and self-respect is born. In solitude, masks fall away, illusions dissolve, and you are left with the raw truth of who you are. Detachment, then, is not coldness. It is the highest form of respect for your soul, a conscious decision to no longer let your energy be drained by conformity. It is a rebellion that says, "I will no longer measure myself by the shallow yardsticks of society. I will no longer trade authenticity for acceptance, and I will no longer live to satisfy the fleeting applause of others." In the context of modern life, this kind of detachment may look like refusing to chase empty status symbols, resisting shallow social circles, or daring to slow down in a culture obsessed with constant acceleration. It means saying no to the endless cycle of comparison and competition, and instead choosing mindfulness, presence, and authenticity. In a society addicted to noise, distraction, and performance, detachment becomes a radical act of spiritual awakening, a choice to live deeply rather than superficially. Schopenhauer's insight pushes you to ask yourself with honesty, what values truly belong to you, and what values have you unconsciously inherited from others? Which beliefs have shaped your choices, and which ones no longer serve your growth? By peeling away the illusions and discarding the false, you discover the true self waiting beneath the self that cannot be bought, shaped, or silenced by societal expectations. To live this way is to understand that not fitting into the crowd is not a flaw, but a form of strength, a sign that your intelligence has awakened you to realities others have not yet seen. It is an acknowledgement that true belonging begins not when others accept you, but when you fully belong to yourself. Detachment, as rebellion, is not about turning your back on the world, but about engaging with it from a place of truth, depth, and authenticity. It is about having the courage to stand apart when necessary, the wisdom to embrace solitude when it nurtures your soul, and the clarity to choose authenticity over illusion. When you live in this way, you embody the essence of spiritual development, proving through your presence that real freedom is not found in approval, but in authenticity, not in masks, but in truth, and not in the crowd, but in the unshakable strength of your own soul. Do you feel the power of detachment as a true act of rebellion? If you do, write it with conviction in the comments. I choose detachment. I choose freedom. 6. The sacred power of solitude. Solitude is not a punishment nor a sign of weakness. It is the sacred crucible where intelligence and spiritual wisdom are refined. When you step away from society's endless chatter, you begin to hear the deeper rhythm of your own soul. And in that silence, you uncover truths that the noise of the world often hides. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And solitude is the very space where this awakening begins. The quiet you seek is not about rejecting people. It is about choosing authenticity over pretense, clarity over confusion, and depth over superficiality. This inner detachment is not antisocial behavior. It is the natural call of higher intelligence guiding you toward spiritual awakening. In solitude, you discover the rare freedom that comes from no longer needing to dilute your thoughts with the opinions of others. You begin to think more clearly, create more boldly, and feel more deeply. History shows us that the most intelligent minds, whether philosophers like Schopenhauer or visionaries across cultures, have always embraced solitude not as isolation, but as a wellspring of insight. Schopenhauer wrote that the more intelligent a man is, the more he suffers. Yet this suffering, when carried into solitude, transforms into profound understanding. The world may call you antisocial, but the truth is that solitude allows you to meet yourself without masks, to confront your fears and desires, and to discover wisdom that no social interaction could ever reveal. As this process unfolds, you realize that true freedom is not the ability to follow every impulse, but the strength to detach from illusions and live in alignment with your own truth. Solitude burns away the distractions and leaves you with the essence of who you really are. Intelligence matures here, not because of accumulated knowledge, but because of the courage to think independently, to question what others accept blindly, and to awaken to the depth of your own being. The clarity that arises becomes the foundation for peace, for creativity, and for an unshakable sense of self-knowledge. Solitude, then, is not emptiness, but fullness. It is the place where authenticity blossoms, where ideas spark with fire, and where the spirit feels free to expand beyond society's narrow definitions. Blaise Pascal once observed, "All of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone," and his words reveal a timeless truth. Most people fear solitude because it forces them to confront themselves. But for those with intelligence and spiritual wisdom, solitude is liberation. It allows you to detach from shallow expectations, to deepen your awareness, and to live in the presence of truth rather than illusion. The next time someone labels you antisocial, understand that what they are really seeing is the power of your intelligence and your refusal to conform to superficiality. You are not running away from connection. You are choosing a higher connection, one that links you to your inner self and to the vast reservoir of spiritual wisdom within. This choice is not about isolation, but about transformation. Not about disconnection, but about awakening. In solitude, you will find the sacred space where your intelligence sharpens, your spirit awakens, and your soul discovers the freedom it was always destined to claim. To honor the sacred power of solitude, make your declaration today. Comment below, "I embrace solitude," to affirm your strength and inspire others to find wisdom in their own silence. And so, the truth is clear. Choosing solitude is not a flaw, but a sign of deeper intelligence and self-awareness. When you step away from the noise, you are not rejecting the world. You are embracing a higher path that only a few dare to walk. If this message has resonated with you, I invite you to like this video, share it with others who may need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos. Until next time, may your journey of self-discovery and inner strength continue to guide you toward true wisdom. When two souls think of each other at the same moment, 10 unmistakable signs. When two souls are destined to meet, even the laws of time and space cannot keep them apart. Have you ever thought of someone so intensely, only to receive a message from them moments later? Or felt a sudden wave of emotion you couldn't explain until you learned they were going through something at that very moment? Carl Jung called this mysterious phenomenon synchronicity, a bridge between minds, hearts, and even souls. Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 10 powerful signs that you and someone else are thinking of each other at the exact same time. As you listen, notice which signs resonate with your own life, and share your experiences in the comments. Who knows? Your story might just be the sign someone else has been waiting for. 1. Synchronicity is the key concept. Carl Jung believed that what we often call coincidences are in fact the secret language of the soul, moments when life arranges itself in ways too precise to be explained by chance. These meaningful coincidences, which he called synchronicity, reveal an unseen emotional or spiritual thread connecting two people. When two souls share a profound bond, their inner worlds begin to mirror one another, allowing thoughts, emotions, and even life events to align in ways that seem almost supernatural. It is as though they are tuned to the same frequency, vibrating in harmony regardless of time or distance. You might be going about your day when, without reason, a vivid thought of this person rises in your mind, and at that very moment, they reach out to you. Or perhaps you feel a sudden heaviness in your heart, only to later discover they were facing something painful at the exact same time. This connection isn't bound by logic. It is an exchange that flows beneath conscious awareness, an invisible current carrying signals between two hearts. Jung saw this not as a mysterious accident, but as proof that the soul moves beyond the limits of the physical world, operating in a dimension where space and time bend to the depth of human connection. It is like two radios perfectly tuned to the same station. When one plays a song, the other receives it instantly. Such alignment of thought and feeling is not simply sentimental. It is a reflection of a bond so deep that even the unconscious mind participates, sending and receiving messages in a way the conscious mind cannot fully comprehend. These moments of synchronicity are invitations to trust that there are forces in life working quietly yet powerfully to weave certain souls together, guiding them toward shared understanding and mutual awareness. When two souls think of each other at the same moment, it is more than an accident of timing. It is the unfolding of a silent dialogue between spirits, a reminder that some connections are etched into the very fabric of reality, and that the invisible world often speaks louder than words ever could. If you believe in the power of synchronicity and the deep connection between souls, repeat after me. I am open to this soul connection. It is meant for me today, and I trust it completely. 2. The collective unconscious connects you. Carl Jung described the collective unconscious as a vast, invisible network of shared symbols, emotions, and archetypes that connect every human being at a level deeper than personal memory. When two people share a strong emotional bond, they can naturally tune in to the same frequency within this shared field, creating moments where thoughts and feelings arise in both of them at the exact same time. This is why you might suddenly think of someone and later find out they were thinking of you too, or feel an unexplainable wave of sadness only to discover they were going through something difficult at that moment. Jung called these experiences synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that reveal hidden connections and the language of the soul. It's like being tuned to the same emotional radio station. No matter the physical distance, the bond allows your inner worlds to resonate together. A man once told the story of how, after months without speaking to his sister, he was suddenly gripped by an intense need to call her, accompanied by a deep sense of unease. When she answered, she was crying, having just gone through a painful breakup, and had been longing for his comfort. Without any direct communication, something within him had responded to her silent call. For Jung, such moments are not accidents, but proof of the unseen threads that weave human lives together. In our modern world, these experiences are often dismissed as intuition or gut feelings. But Jung would argue they are the unconscious mind receiving signals from the collective unconscious and processing them before the conscious mind even notices. Between two people bound by love, trust, or shared history, this pathway becomes stronger, allowing emotions, impressions, and even specific thoughts to travel without words. It's why you might reach for your phone to send a message just as the other person is typing one to you, or why their mood is obvious to you before they even speak. These connections transcend time zones, physical distance, and the noise of everyday life. They are not powered by technology, but by emotional depth and the shared experiences that strengthen the invisible cord between souls. In understanding this, as Carl Jung taught, you begin to notice the quiet signals that can guide you to act with empathy and presence. A heavy feeling in your chest, a sudden urge to reach out, or an unexpected surge of joy could be your inner self answering a call from someone you care about. Relationships are shaped not only by the words we exchange, but also by these silent exchanges in the unseen realm of the psyche. Each shared thought or mirrored feeling is a reminder of how deeply connected we truly are. By trusting these moments and honoring their meaning, you strengthen the invisible bridge between souls, allowing it to carry comfort, understanding, and love in ways the rational mind can never fully explain. If you've ever felt this deep soul connection, where thoughts align beyond time and space, comment below. I am tuned in to our shared frequency. Let the universe know you are ready to embrace this connection fully. 3. Energetic shifts without obvious cause. You could be going about your day as usual when suddenly, without warning, a rush of joy floods your chest. A wave of longing stirs your heart, or an inexplicable restlessness grips you. These feelings may arrive without any logical cause, yet they carry a certain intensity that you cannot ignore. In moments like this, you may be experiencing more than just a random mood swing. You could be sensing another person's emotional energy in real time. Carl Jung believed such moments were not accidents, but examples of synchronicity, a spiritual language through which the soul communicates across invisible distances. You might not hear their voice or see their face, but you feel their presence as surely as if they were standing beside you, their joy warming you, their sorrow weighing on your heart. Energy, after all, is not bound by physical space. It flows freely, weaving an unseen web of connection between those whose souls are deeply linked. Perhaps you have felt restless for no reason, only to later discover that someone close to you was struggling at that exact moment. Or maybe you've been suddenly overcome by a sense of peace, later finding out that they had just resolved something heavy in their life. These moments are not mere coincidences. They are spiritual fingerprints, evidence of a shared energetic field where emotions ripple back and forth like waves between two shores. Modern science might point to mirror neurons or subtle subconscious cues to explain this, but there is a deeper truth that science cannot measure. When two souls are connected, they share an invisible channel where energy, feelings, and even unspoken words pass effortlessly. Such experiences are often brushed aside in the noise of modern life. We call them stress, fatigue, or even hormonal shifts, because logic struggles to accept what the spirit already knows. But if you pay close attention and see that these energetic shifts happen most often in connection with the same person, you begin to recognize the pattern. The soul speaks through feeling long before it speaks through words, and spiritual connections often reveal themselves not in what is said, but in what is felt. Ancient wisdom has always taught that energy is the first language of the soul. And if you learn to listen, you will begin to notice these silent conversations everywhere. So the next time your heart suddenly races, your spirit feels inexplicably lighter, or a strong urge compels you to reach out, pause, and ask yourself, whose energy am I touching right now? It may be that, at this very moment, another soul is thinking of you, sending waves of emotion that your spirit cannot help but receive. And in recognizing this, you open yourself to a richer, more conscious way of living, one that honors the unseen threads binding human hearts, where every shift in feeling may be a whisper from a soul forever connected to yours. 4. Coincidences that aren't coincidences. You might be walking through a store when a familiar melody begins to play the song that once belonged to both of you, carrying with it memories so vivid you can almost feel the past wrap itself around you. Or perhaps you glance up and see their name, not because they messaged you, but because it appeared unexpectedly in an article, a movie, or painted on the side of a passing bus. Sometimes the sign is subtler, a shared symbol, maybe an animal you once encountered together in a moment that mattered, appearing again just as they cross your mind. According to Carl Jung, these are not accidents, but moments of synchronicity where the inner world of the soul and the outer world of events align in perfect, meaningful timing. These moments are the unconscious mirroring the connection between you, signals that travel beyond logic, carried in the silent language of the psyche, where emotion and energy speak louder than words. When two souls share a profound emotional, spiritual, or energetic bond, their inner worlds become woven together in ways unseen. You might not hear their voice or see their face, but you feel the pull like two instruments tuned to the same pitch, resonating in harmony across space and time. It is as if the soul has its own hidden senses, attuned to signs that bypass the mind and land directly in the heart. These moments arrive without warning, often when you are least expecting them, yet their timing feels too precise, their meaning too personal, and their impact too strong to be dismissed as coincidence. In those seconds, you are not merely thinking of someone. You are touching the invisible thread that connects you. The external triggers of the song, the name, the symbol, are the universe's way of saying, "This is real. Pay attention." The more open you are to noticing these moments, the more they seem to appear, as if awareness itself draws them to you. This connection is not bound by time, distance, or silence. It is alive and moving, breathing between you, seeking ways to make itself known. The soul recognizes before the mind understands, and these signs are its way of speaking. You do not need to chase them or overanalyze them. Instead, let them settle into you. Feel their weight, their intimacy, the way they seem to open a doorway between the seen and the unseen. As Jung reminded us, synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see. In that moment, you are meeting them not in the physical world, but in the quiet corridors of the soul, where time bends, distance disappears, and only the silent language of the heart remains. Stay connected with our spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we explore the deep connections between souls and the unseen patterns that guide our lives. Remember, your soul is worthy of the love, synchronicity, and abundance the universe is weaving for you. 5. Shared dreams and dream symbolism. Carl Jung understood dreams as the sacred language of the unconscious, a bridge between the visible and invisible worlds of the soul. When two souls think of each other at the same moment, one of the most striking signs of that connection is found in shared dreams, or eerily similar dream symbolism. When you dream of someone, and around the same time, they dream of you, it is rarely a meaningless coincidence. These vivid or recurring dreams are not random fragments of a resting mind. They are meetings of two unconscious worlds, weaving symbols and emotions into a tapestry that reveals unresolved bonds, mirrored feelings, or parallel paths of growth. Jung called this the work of projections of parts of ourselves reflected in another serving as an unconscious call for understanding, integration, and healing. Such moments appear in everyday life in ways that defy logic. You might wake from a dream of walking with an old friend through a familiar place from years past, only to find a message from them saying they dreamed of you too. Lovers separated by distance might both dream of raging seas, flooded rooms, or sudden storms during a period of emotional strain, symbols of inner turbulence that emerge in unspoken harmony. These moments are evidence of a deep psychic link, a frequency one soul sends and the other receives, translated by the unconscious into images that bypass the need for words. Jung's teachings reveal that dreams speak in archetypes, universal symbols like the shadow, the anima or animus, the wise guide, or the heroic traveler. When two people share these archetypes in their dreams, it often means their inner journeys are aligned, their souls walking parallel roads through similar lessons. A locked door may appear to both, representing guarded emotions yet to be opened. A bird in flight may speak of a shared longing for liberation. A candle burning in darkness may carry the same quiet hope for each. These images rise from the collective unconscious, the shared reservoir of human experience, where all souls are connected beyond time and distance. In a world dominated by constant distractions and fragmented attention, dreams remain a pure and untouched realm where the soul can speak without interference. They are not bound by the ticking of clocks, the glow of screens, or the noise of social media. In some cases, shared dreams even become lucid, allowing both dreamers to meet and interact with awareness, leaving behind a feeling upon waking as if they truly spent time together, and in the language of the unconscious, they have. To dismiss shared dreams as fantasy is to overlook their depth and purpose. They are messengers, guiding you toward greater self-awareness, offering glimpses into the unseen bonds shaping your life, and reminding you of the forces moving beneath the surface. The symbols, emotions, and patterns they carry are not random. They are part of a larger design, a quiet call to pay attention. As Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Shared dreams are one of the ways fate speaks, inviting you to honor the invisible threads between souls and to step more fully into the path of wholeness that your unconscious has been guiding you toward all along. 6. Physical and emotional energy signs. You could be in the middle of the most ordinary moment, pouring yourself a cup of coffee, scrolling through your phone, or walking down the street when something unusual stirs within you. A wave of goosebumps runs along your arms, a subtle tightening fills your chest, or a fluttering sensation dances in your stomach like delicate wings brushing against your skin. These aren't just random physical quirks. They are the body's way of tuning into an invisible spiritual frequency. Carl Jung, the pioneer of analytical psychology, spoke of the profound transformations that occur when two people connect on a deep level, comparing it to the meeting of two chemical substances. If there's a reaction, both are changed forever. When two souls think of each other at the same moment, this reaction doesn't just happen in the mind. It reverberates through the body in ways that are impossible to ignore. Your body is far more than flesh and bone. It's a finely tuned instrument, sensitive to the unseen vibrations of the world. Sometimes, when someone you share a deep emotional or soul bond with is thinking about you, it's as though their thoughts, send out an energetic pulse that your being instantly recognizes. The goosebumps might be the trace of their presence brushing against your aura. The sudden heaviness in your chest could be the weight of their longing, love, or worry reaching you across space. You may even see their face flash in your mind's eye, so vividly that it feels like you've been pulled into a shared dream while fully awake. And something deep within whispers, they're thinking of you right now. From a spiritual perspective, these moments are far from coincidental. They're threads of connection woven through the fabric of time and space. Jung called this synchronicity, a meaningful alignment of inner and outer events that transcends rational explanation. And in the sacred realm of love, friendship, or deep human bonds, this synchronicity often bypasses words entirely, speaking instead through the body's subtle language. Picture yourself at work, buried in tasks, when suddenly a warm wave washes over you, bringing with it an unexplainable sense of peace. Out of nowhere, you think of someone dear to you, their image rising in your mind like the sun breaking through clouds. Moments later, your phone buzzes. It's a message from them. It's as if two radios were tuned to the same frequency, and the moment one sent out a signal, the other received it instantly, no matter the physical distance. This is why learning to notice and trust these physical and emotional cues is so powerful. The more spiritually aware you become, the more you'll realize that your body is an antenna for unseen connections, translating energetic whispers into sensations you can feel. An unexplained surge of joy, a sudden pang of sadness, or a deep calm may not belong entirely to you. It may be your soul responding to the attention of another. So when you feel those goosebumps rise, when your heart quickens for no apparent reason, pause and listen. Ask yourself, whose presence just brushed against yours in the invisible space between thoughts? In that moment, you may not hear their voice, yet you are already speaking in the oldest language of all soul to soul, where every heartbeat, every sensation, carries a message across the distance. Do you feel these signs in your body and heart? If you do, declare it with confidence in the comments. My soul feels the connection, and I believe. 7. Recurring synchronicities in the environment. When certain patterns keep showing up around you, it's often the soul's way of telling you that a connection is alive on both sides. You might start noticing the same numbers appearing everywhere. The clock reads 11:11. A receipt total matches their birthday, or a license plate flashes a familiar date, and each time it feels like more than coincidence. Carl Jung saw these as synchronicities, meaningful alignments that reveal an unseen link between two lives. The same thing can happen with music. A song tied to them in your memory seems to follow you, playing in a cafe, on the radio, or from a passing car, carrying you instantly back to a shared moment. These recurring melodies are emotional signals, a reminder that your thoughts may be meeting theirs at that exact time. Sometimes it's places that pull you in. A cafe you visited together suddenly becomes part of your weekly path. Or you keep finding yourself in locations that echo something about them, whether it's the architecture of a street or the atmosphere of a park. Even new places can feel strangely familiar if your shared energy has marked them deep in your subconscious. Symbols, too, can become signposts. A particular animal, image, or object that holds meaning between you keeps showing up in dreams, social media posts, or random encounters. Jung believed the unconscious mind speaks in symbols, and when they repeat, it's as if both your souls are speaking the same secret language. These signs are not here to confuse you, but to invite awareness. They're gentle reminders that the bond is not just emotional, but spiritual, existing beyond physical distance or direct communication. When numbers, songs, places, and symbols return again and again, they are threads in an invisible tapestry, proof that something deeper is happening beneath the surface, that two souls can remain present in each other's lives without a single word being spoken. 8. Feeling their presence from afar. A deep emotional bond between two people can create an extraordinary phenomenon, what Carl Jung described as a subtle expression of the unconscious through synchronicity, where you can feel the other person's presence even when they are far away. It is not a fleeting thought or a product of wishful thinking, but a real and tangible sensation that rises from within, as if your body itself remembers them. This body memory holds the imprint of their voice, their touch, their energy, and their presence stored deep in your nervous system. Even without a phone call, a message, or any physical sign, you may suddenly feel a wave of warmth, comfort, or even a stirring in your chest, as though they are standing right beside you. Psychologists call it unconscious projection, but to those who have experienced it, it is something far more intimate and undeniable knowing. Carl Jung believed that the psyche moves beyond the boundaries of space and time, allowing emotional and spiritual bonds to remain alive regardless of physical distance. This is why you might suddenly sense someone's sadness before they've told you, or feel peaceful at the exact moment they are thinking of you. In our modern world, this connection can appear in subtle ways. Perhaps you're busy working, and the thought of them drifts into your mind out of nowhere, only for a notification from them to appear seconds later. These moments are not mere coincidence. They are the invisible threads of a shared emotional field, an energetic attunement that distance cannot sever. There's a story of a woman in New York whose partner was working overseas. Separated by thousands of miles and different time zones, they hadn't spoken all day. One afternoon, while strolling through Central Park, she was suddenly overcome by a feeling so vivid it was as if he was walking beside her, their hands brushing. That night, she received a message from him saying he had been sitting by the ocean, thinking about their first walk together in that very park. Their bodies, hearts, and minds had aligned across continents, meeting in a moment that existed outside of logic, yet felt truer than anything. Feeling someone's presence from afar is proof that deep human connection transcends geography. It teaches that relationships built on trust, love, and emotional depth carry an energy that lingers, wrapping around you even in silence. Such moments are reminders to listen to your intuition, to trust the sensations that rise unbidden from within, and to honor the invisible yet powerful forces that bind souls together. In the words of Carl Jung, the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. And when the reaction is strong enough, it can be felt across oceans, across time zones, and across the unseen distance between two hearts that remain tuned to the same quiet frequency. Have you ever felt someone's presence even when they were miles away? If so, share your story in the comments so we can all connect through these soul experiences? If not, comment, "I'm open to feeling it," and let's explore this beautiful connection together. 9. Simultaneous mood or behavior changes. You can be moving through your day, feeling completely steady, when suddenly an unexplained wave of emotion sweeps over you, perhaps a rush of joy, a heaviness in your chest, or a sudden ache in your heart. And later, you discover that the very person who lives in your thoughts was experiencing that exact same feeling at the same moment. This is rarely just coincidence. It is often the quiet proof of a deep spiritual connection that moves beyond logic and distance. Carl Jung once said, "Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see." And in moments like these, the truth of his words becomes undeniable. Two souls with a shared energetic link are like two strings on the same instrument. Touch one, and the other vibrates in harmony no matter how far apart they are. Your mood shifts without warning, reflecting theirs. You feel light and hopeful when they're filled with joy, and you sense an invisible cloud when they're troubled. This isn't merely empathy. It is a resonance of spirit, a transmission of energy flowing beneath conscious awareness. You might be at work, focused on a routine task, when an unshakable sadness rises within you, leaving you puzzled, only to later receive a message from them, revealing that they were going through something painful at that exact time. The same happens with joy. A sudden laugh, a spark of inspiration, or a calm peace can wash over you, later revealed to be shared with them in that moment. When this happens over and over, it stops feeling like coincidence and begins to reveal the subtle design of a spiritual bond. Two souls intertwined in this way, whether through love, destiny, or a shared past, often move in emotional sync without effort or intention. It is as if your hearts speak in a silent language, transmitting and receiving signals no one else can hear. In scientific terms, it may echo quantum entanglement, where two particles affect each other instantly across distance. But in human terms, it is the unspoken language of the soul. Such a bond can be both a blessing and a challenge. You share not only the sweetness of their joy, but also the weight of their pain. It asks for awareness and grounding, so you are not swept away by emotions that may not even be your own. Yet, when embraced with understanding, this connection can create a depth of intimacy that words could never reach. As Rumi said, lovers don't finally meet somewhere. They're in each other all along. To feel their mood shift within your own is to live in the constant knowing that your spirits are moving together, guided by an invisible thread that weaves through time, space, and the quiet places of the heart. 10. Silence that feels full, not empty. Even when no words are spoken and no messages are exchanged, the silence between two souls can feel charged, as though it carries a living pulse of unspoken emotions, memories, and understanding. It is not the awkward emptiness of strangers, but a stillness so full that it feels almost tangible, as if the air between you is saturated with meaning. Every pause holds the weight of shared history. Every moment of quiet seems to hum with the presence of the other, and without any sound, your hearts communicate in a language far older and more profound than speech. In these moments, you are not searching for something to say, because the connection itself is speaking, bridging any distance in a way that is felt rather than heard. This kind of silence can arrive without warning. You might be going about your day, when a sudden heaviness, warmth, or wave of emotion washes over you, and deep within, you know they are thinking of you too. It is as if their soul has reached across space to brush against yours, awakening an unspoken dialogue that words could never capture. Such moments feel sacred, like a prayer that does not need to be uttered, only felt. Time seems to pause, honoring the invisible thread that ties you together, reminding you that even in absence, your bond remains alive and strong. In a world full of constant noise and distraction, this quiet is a rare gift. It is the kind of silence in which you could sit side by side for hours without speaking, yet leave feeling more deeply understood than after countless conversations. Within it lies everything that could be said, the apologies never voiced, the love never fully expressed, the longing carried in the heart, and the mutual recognition of what you mean to one another. Carl Jung's concept of synchronicity is at work here, for this profound stillness often occurs when both souls are thinking of each other at the exact same moment. The energies meet in an unseen realm, creating a resonance that is impossible to explain through logic, yet undeniable in experience. In this way, silence is not the absence of communication, but the purest form of it, where hearts speak in a spiritual language only they can understand, affirming that your connection is not bound by sound, but by something far deeper, unshakable, and eternal. If this sign resonates with you, leave a like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss insights like this. Comment below. Our silence speaks volumes to affirm your soul connection. And so, while the mysteries of synchronicity may never be fully explained, perhaps that's part of their magic, the way they quietly remind us that the soul often speaks in a language beyond logic. These moments, when two hearts align in thought at the very same instant, are like whispers from the universe, inviting us to trust the invisible threads that connect us. If this message has touched you, please like this video, share it with someone who might need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos filled with insight, inspiration, and soul connection. Carl Jung, the shocking truth about awakening your third eye. As the ancient saying goes, when the eye is opened, the veil of illusion is lifted. In this video on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover Carl Jung's shocking truth about awakening your third eye, a gateway not just to seeing the world differently, but to seeing yourself with radical clarity. The third eye is more than mysticism. It is a path to personal growth, self-discovery, and true happiness when you learn to apply its principles in your daily life. So let me ask you, have you ever felt like there's more hidden beneath the surface of what you see? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your perspective may inspire someone else's awakening. 1. What the third eye really is. The third eye is not a fantasy. It is a deeper form of perception that allows us to see beyond the surface of reality, beyond appearances, masks, and egoic illusions. In a world where most people are trained to look outward, to chase status, beauty, or validation, the third eye turns our gaze inward and reveals what's been hidden all along: the truth. When truly activated, it does not offer comfort. It offers clarity. Clarity so sharp, it cuts through denial, projection, and the roles we play. Carl Jung never used the term third eye, but he spoke of its essence. He described it as the gateway to the unconscious, the place where true self-awareness begins, and where all spiritual awakening takes root. For Jung, the unconscious wasn't a chaotic force to fear, but a deep reservoir of hidden truths, archetypes, and transformative power. It's the place that holds the shadow and the light, and only by facing both can we ever begin to see clearly. Opening the third eye means stepping into that territory, into the unfiltered self, and shedding illusions, even the ones we love. This is not a new concept. Ancient traditions across time and culture have pointed to this same inner vision. In Hinduism, the Ajna chakra located between the eyebrows is believed to be the center of intuition, insight, and spiritual guidance. In Buddhism, the path to enlightenment requires mindful seeing, the discipline to look past illusions of permanence and ego. In ancient Egypt, the eye of Horus symbolized divine vision, healing, and protection, offering insight that transcends physical sight. All of these traditions, in their own language, gesture toward the same truth: that beyond our two eyes is a higher form of sight, a sight that doesn't just observe, but understands. Not just sees people, but sees their pain, patterns, and projections. Not just sees events, but reads energy and meaning. And in today's world, flooded with distraction and shallow validation, this inner vision has never been more necessary. Yet most people fear it. Why? Because once your third eye opens, you can no longer pretend. You can't unsee the truth. You can't lie to yourself about who you are, who you've become, or who you've allowed into your life. It's no longer possible to blame the world for your wounds, because you now see how you participated in them. You begin to notice how your fears shaped your relationships, how your insecurities picked your partners, and how your unresolved past wrote your present story. This is the price of spiritual awakening, awareness. But with awareness comes freedom. The freedom to rewrite, to heal, to choose differently, and to rise into a version of yourself that aligns with your soul instead of your survival patterns. And this freedom is the essence of true spirituality. Because spirituality isn't about escaping life, it's about finally being present for it. It's about seeing everything with eyes unclouded by ego, fear, or illusion. When the third eye opens, life changes not because the external world shifts, but because your perception does. You stop chasing what doesn't matter. You stop reacting to noise. You start discerning energy. You feel alignment instead of approval. You trust your intuition over trends. And suddenly, what once captivated you feels empty, and what once felt invisible, the quiet, the truth, the soul feels like everything. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." The third eye is the bridge between the unconscious and the conscious. It's the light that shines into your hidden corners and brings choice where once there was only compulsion. This is not magic. It's mastery. It's the deepest act of remembering who you are beneath what you were taught to be. And in that remembering, you begin to see not with your eyes, but with your essence. That is vision. That is awakening. That is the silent revolution of the third eye. If you're ready to awaken your true inner vision, comment below. My third eye is opening to truth and wisdom. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and hit the bell so you never miss a new insight. 2. The science behind it. The pineal gland. The pineal gland, often referred to as the biological third eye, is more than just a sleep regulator. It is the gateway to spiritual awakening and higher states of awareness that most people go their entire lives without truly accessing. Deep within the brain, this tiny pinecone-shaped gland sits quietly, but when activated, it has the potential to open an entirely new dimension of perception, one that dissolves illusion and reveals the truth hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. While scientists acknowledge its role in producing melatonin, some researchers also suggest that the pineal gland may be responsible for producing DMT, known as the spirit molecule, a substance linked to profound mystical experiences, near-death states, and heightened spiritual clarity. These aren't just hallucinations or tricks of the mind. Many describe them as moments when the veil between the physical and spiritual world becomes transparent, allowing us to glimpse a deeper reality that the logical mind cannot comprehend. This is not fantasy, but a direct encounter with the inner world Carl Jung referred to when he spoke of the unconscious as a sacred reservoir of symbols, archetypes, and raw human potential that yearns to be integrated. What's remarkable is that you don't need to consume anything or escape your life to reach these states. Ancient spiritual traditions across cultures discovered natural ways to activate the pineal gland through intentional practices. Meditation pulls your awareness inward, creating space for inner silence to rise. Breathwork enhances your energy flow, oxygenates your brain, and begins to release blockages that keep your consciousness trapped in fear or repetition. Chanting sacred sounds like Om vibrates the cranial bones and directly stimulates the gland, while silence itself pure, uninterrupted stillness can become the most powerful practice of all, creating the internal spaciousness necessary for the third eye to awaken. These are not abstract rituals. They are spiritual technologies designed to elevate your perception, to make you more aware of the energetic and emotional layers shaping your decisions, your relationships, and your destiny. As you walk through life, this awakened inner eye allows you to see beyond appearances. You begin to sense the energy behind people's words, notice patterns in your experiences, and understand that every coincidence is a form of guidance. You no longer live on autopilot because you begin to observe the world not from your ego, but from your essence. Spirituality becomes a lived experience, not just a concept. And spiritual development, then, is the ongoing journey of refining that perception, cleansing it from fear, illusion, and conditioning, so that your choices become aligned with who you truly are beneath the roles you play. This process isn't about escaping reality. It's about seeing it clearly. It's about recognizing when something is energetically misaligned, when you're out of rhythm with your intuition, and when you're being called to shift. When your third eye is open, you're not just reacting to life, you're in dialogue with it. This clarity empowers you. It changes the way you speak, the way you move through challenges, the way you manifest what you need. You're no longer chasing life. You're magnetizing it through your presence. And this presence is what Carl Jung described in his exploration of the inner world. A state where we are no longer controlled by the unconscious, but consciously relating to it, working with its symbols, its dreams, its wounds, and its wisdom. The pineal gland becomes the torchlight that reveals what was hidden in the shadows. It brings the unconscious forward and offers you a choice to remain blind or learn to see with new eyes. In this way, spiritual awakening is not an escape, it is a homecoming, a return to the truth that was always within you, waiting to be remembered. 3. What happens when it opens? When your third eye begins to open, it doesn't ask for permission or prepare you gently. It disrupts you with truth. This is not a gentle nudge into spirituality, but a piercing awakening into intelligence that has long been buried beneath illusions. Suddenly, what once made sense no longer does. The job you chased, the relationships you clung to, the approval you desperately sought, all begin to dissolve under the weight of a deeper knowing. Carl Jung, though he didn't use the term third eye, understood this inner revolution. He referred to it as the gateway to the unconscious, the sacred threshold between the persona you perform and the truth you suppress. And once you cross it, you begin to see, not with your eyes, but with your spirit. You stop being fooled by masks. You see the patterns behind behavior, the archetypes beneath personality, and the energy behind every word unspoken. Your intuition sharpens to the point where it feels like you're no longer thinking, you're remembering. You walk into rooms and feel vibrations before anyone speaks. Dreams become symbolic instructions. Synchronicities increase. Solitude becomes healing instead of isolating, and silence starts speaking louder than words ever could. You detach emotionally, not because you've lost your capacity to love, but because your love is no longer desperate, no longer performative. It's rooted in clarity. You stop reacting. You begin responding from a place of presence and awareness. And yet, this clarity is not without cost. The opening of the third eye is often described as a gift, but what it really does is dismantle the false self. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This awakening is not about escaping the world, but finally facing it, starting with yourself. The illusions you once depended on start to shatter. The projections you believed about who you are begin to crumble. The ego, once inflated by validation and performance, starts to deflate in the face of spiritual wisdom. You're forced to confront your shadow, the hidden wounds, the unhealed traumas, the suppressed fears. The third eye doesn't just open you to light, it exposes your darkness, and in doing so, calls you to transmute it. You realize that the journey is not about becoming more spiritual in appearance, but about becoming more honest in essence. Intelligence, in this awakened state, is not about accumulating knowledge. It's about embodying truth. You begin to understand that awakening is demolition, not decoration. It tears down the walls you've built to survive, so that you can finally live. You may cry more. You may feel alone. You may even wish to go back, but you can't. Because once you've seen, you can't unsee. And that's the silent contract of awakening. The third eye doesn't just give you vision, it gives you responsibility. Responsibility to live aligned with what you now know, even when it's inconvenient. Responsibility to let go of relationships that no longer match your vibration. Responsibility to walk away from environments that drain your energy, no matter how familiar they once felt. You start to notice that people who once inspired you now confuse you. Conversations that once excited you now exhaust you. You long for depth, for meaning, for realness. And as this spiritual intelligence integrates, you stop trying to explain your evolution to those who haven't yet begun theirs. You realize that true awakening doesn't require external validation. It moves quietly, like a tide pulling you back to yourself. You become less reactive and more reflective. You listen more and speak less. You understand that energy speaks louder than language, and presence carries more weight than performance. The third eye sharpens your discernment and blurs your tolerance for anything that lacks truth. And perhaps the most shocking truth of all is that this awakening was never something you had to chase. It was always waiting inside you, dormant but alive, patient but persistent. It simply needed your permission to rise. If this insight into the third eye awakens something in you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's keep unlocking deeper spiritual wisdom together. 4. The dark side. Why many fear it. Most people resist the call of spiritual awakening, not because they don't crave truth, but because deep down, they sense that the truth will demand everything false to fall away. Awakening your third eye is not about gaining magical insight or floating into bliss. It's about seeing what you've spent your entire life trying to avoid. When the third eye begins to open, you don't just gain clarity, you lose illusions. And with every illusion that dies, a part of your old identity dies with it. This is why the path of awakening feels like grief. You grieve who you thought you were. You grieve the relationships that were built on unconscious need instead of true connection. You grieve the safety that ignorance once gave you. As Carl Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. That's because facing the soul means facing the shadows, and shadows are rarely gentle. They hold the truth about our wounds, our denials, our false masks, and our silent suffering. Awakening strips away the distractions, forcing you to confront the void underneath the loneliness you numbed with noise, the fear you covered with control, the pain you buried beneath performance. But this stripping is not cruelty, it's cleansing. The pain is not punishment, it's purification. And the darkness is not the end, it's the womb of rebirth. The reason many people fear spiritual awakening is because it doesn't look holy in the beginning. It looks like breakdowns, detachment, anger, confusion, and loss. But these are not signs that you're doing something wrong. They are signs that your inner world is being rebuilt, that the structures of falsehood are crumbling, making space for truth. In this sacred collapse, you learn discernment. You begin to see the difference between love and attachment, purpose and performance, guidance and manipulation. You no longer allow others to gaslight your intuition or your truth. You no longer chase what doesn't feel aligned, and you no longer shrink to fit into spaces your spirit has outgrown. Spirituality, in its rawest form, is a commitment to wake up again and again, even when it would be easier to stay asleep. Spiritual awakening is not aesthetic, it is alchemical. It turns wounds into wisdom, solitude into sacredness, and clarity into power. The third eye doesn't just show you what's out there, it shows you what's inside. It reveals the emotional patterns you inherited, the roles you performed, and the unconscious beliefs that shaped your reality. And once you see them, you can't unsee them. That's the blessing and the burden. You are now responsible for your own consciousness. You can't pretend anymore. You can't fake connection. You can't tolerate energy that drains you. You begin to live in radical alignment with your intuition, your values, and your higher path. This inner vision makes you sovereign. It makes you spiritually intelligent. It teaches you to honor silence, protect your peace, and follow the wisdom within, even when the world doesn't understand. It is not a destination. It is a daily devotion. And the deeper you go, the more you realize that true vision was never about seeing more. It was about seeing clearly. 5. How to awaken the third eye. Jungian approach. To awaken the third eye through Carl Jung's lens is to embark on a sacred journey of self-confrontation, energetic alignment, and inner liberation. A journey that doesn't escape reality, but penetrates its deepest layers with courage and clarity. Meditation is the gateway, not in the modern sense of calming the mind for productivity, but in the ancient sense of observing without attachment. As you sit in stillness and watch your thoughts pass like clouds, you begin to realize you are not the storm, but the sky that holds it. This still witnessing creates space between your awareness and your mental noise, allowing your consciousness to stretch beyond habitual reactions and into the vast field of presence. Jung never used the phrase third eye, but he deeply understood the unconscious, the unseen dimension where truth, trauma, intuition, and transformation live. And in that space of stillness, you begin to touch it. From this stillness emerges the necessity of shadow work and journaling, not for self-pity, not to relive pain, but to reclaim the parts of you that have been buried alive under shame, fear, or conditioning. Jung said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. But you're not here to avoid. You're here to see." Through deep reflection and raw self-expression on the page, you begin to meet your rejected parts, your insecurities, your old wounds, your unmet needs, and as you name them, they lose their power to sabotage you from the dark. This process is not glamorous. It's not about becoming a spiritual person. It's about becoming whole. Your writing becomes a mirror, your honesty the scalpel that cuts through the mask of persona to reveal the soul beneath. And in that mirror, you stop running. You stand. Then breathwork becomes your sacred rhythm. Inhaling consciously and exhaling with intention, especially through practices like pranayama, you begin to activate dormant energies within the nervous system and stimulate the pineal gland, a small but powerful center in the brain associated with perception beyond the five senses. The pineal gland is not just a mystical concept. It is a real structure responsive to breath, vibration, and intention. As you breathe, your brain hemispheres begin to balance, your energy channels open, and you shift from survival mode into awakened presence. This breath is your power. It reminds you that every moment is an opportunity to return home to yourself. Chanting Om is not just a ritual, it's a recalibration of your entire being. Om is the original sound, the vibration of the universe before language, before thought. When you chant Om, you are not simply making a sound. You are tuning your nervous system, your spirit, and your consciousness to the frequency of all that is. The vibration travels through your chest, up through your throat, and into your head, subtly activating energy centers, calming the mind, and bringing you into resonance with something eternal. This resonance is not fantasy, it is felt. And when it aligns with breath, awareness, and self-honesty, something extraordinary begins to happen. The illusions fall away. You stop chasing and start seeing. But all of these techniques are nothing if you are not willing to face your true self with absolute honesty. This is the essence of Jung's teaching, that the path to illumination requires a descent into the self, not the curated, spiritualized version of you that seeks enlightenment as an escape, but the raw, honest, unfiltered truth of your being. The awakening of the third eye is not an escape from life. It is the ability to see life as it is without projection, without illusion, without the ego's filters. It's the moment you look in the mirror and recognize all your masks, and instead of clinging to them, you gently set them down. This moment is terrifying because it asks you to let go of everything false, but it is also the beginning of true freedom. To awaken the third eye is not to gain magical vision. It is to dissolve the blindness of self-deception. It is to embody presence so powerfully that nothing false can survive in your energy. Spirituality, when rooted in this level of depth, becomes a daily act of courage. Spiritual development is not measured by how peaceful you appear, but by how much truth you're willing to face. The third eye is a metaphor, a mechanism, and a mirror. It reveals not what is out there, but what is within. And when you truly see yourself, you can finally see the world. Do you feel ready to explore the Jungian path to awakening your third eye? Comment, "I agree," if this resonates with your journey, or "I don't think so," if you see it differently. Let's open the conversation below. 6. The transformation it brings. When the third eye awakens, it doesn't just change how you see the world, it changes the way the world responds to you. Everything begins to shimmer with a hidden meaning, as if life itself is revealing a deeper code beneath the surface of appearances. What once felt like mere coincidence suddenly carries divine orchestration, and you no longer chase meaning, it begins to find you. Synchronicities multiply, not because reality has changed, but because you finally tuned in to the frequency where truth lives. This shift in perception cuts through illusions and exposes the energy behind every encounter, every silence, and every shadow you used to run from. Carl Jung may not have used the language of mysticism, but his psychological wisdom pierced just as deep. His concept of individuation, becoming whole by integrating the light and shadow within, perfectly mirrors the spiritual intelligence of third eye awakening. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, Jung warned, but by making the darkness conscious. And so, this awakening doesn't just illuminate, it confronts. You begin to realize that clarity is not comfort. It's courage. It's the end of denial and the birth of spiritual vision. As you step deeper into this awakening, you begin to shed. First, the distractions, the endless scrolling, the shallow conversations, the people who only knew a version of you that needed their approval. Then come the shifts in energy. The silence that once felt like loneliness becomes a sanctuary, and the solitude you feared becomes your power source. You stop chasing noise and start listening to the whispers within. The old version of you begins to dissolve, not because it was bad, but because it was never whole. The friendships that once fit no longer feel aligned, and instead, you attract souls who see you without the mask. those who have walked the fire and recognize the spark in your eyes. Spiritual awakening demands a level of honesty that makes most people uncomfortable because it asks you to face the parts of yourself you've denied for years. But it is in that reckoning that you reclaim your power. Detachment becomes your sword, silence becomes your guide, and stillness becomes your teacher. You no longer need to explain your energy. You embody it. This transformation doesn't make life easier. It makes you stronger. You begin to realize that intelligence is not about knowing more, but about seeing deeper. Spiritual wisdom isn't found in books alone. It's carved through experience, shadow work, intuition, and surrender. The third eye isn't just a mystical idea. It's the lens of the soul that sees beyond duality. When you awaken it, you're not just accessing vision, you're accessing truth. This truth strips away the ego, peels back the persona, and leaves only what is real. You begin to live intentionally. You speak less, but say more. You walk away quicker, not out of bitterness, but because your energy has become too sacred for chaos. Your presence shifts rooms, not because you seek attention, but because you radiate alignment. Carl Jung taught that the unconscious holds the key to our transformation. And once that key turns, your life can never return to autopilot. You've seen behind the veil, and once you see, you cannot unsee. You either evolve or stay behind. But those who choose to walk this path will realize that the awakening of the third eye isn't the end of the journey. It's the beginning of becoming who you truly are. 7. Permanent awakening and responsibility. Once the third eye opens, it never shuts again. And that's both the beauty and the burden of spiritual awakening. It is not a temporary insight or a fleeting mystical state. It is a permanent shift in consciousness, a continuous awareness that reshapes everything you know about reality. Suddenly, life is no longer something that happens to you. It becomes something that responds to you. Every interaction, every moment, every mirror reflects your internal state. The energy you carry becomes the blueprint for the world around you. And this isn't metaphorical. It's deeply psychological and vibrational. Carl Jung, who laid the foundation for so much of what we now call inner work, spoke about the unconscious mind as the true driver of our lives. To awaken the third eye is to make that unconscious conscious, to begin living from the truth of who you are rather than the conditioned identity you were told to be. It's not about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you've always been beneath the noise, beneath the expectations, beneath the armor you built to survive a world that didn't yet see you. This awakening strips away illusion with surgical precision. You can no longer lie to yourself. You begin to see through manipulation, projection, and ego games, not just in others, but in yourself. And that's where the real responsibility begins. Because once you see, you are accountable. You're no longer allowed to play small, to pretend, to project blame onto others. Your spiritual awakening demands emotional maturity, radical honesty, and total alignment. This is not about supernatural powers or secret knowledge. It's about the quiet power of being fully present, fully real, and fully alive. You don't have to preach or prove anything to anyone. Your presence becomes your message. Your energy does the talking. You become a living mirror that reflects back truth to everyone you meet, not by force, but by simply being. In a world addicted to noise, your silence becomes loud. In a culture obsessed with image, your authenticity becomes magnetic. This path is not glamorous. It's not for performance. It's raw, humbling, and sometimes deeply uncomfortable. But it's also liberating. Because once the third eye opens, you can no longer be manipulated by false narratives, including your own. You begin to see how your thoughts shape your reality, how your fears attract lessons, and how your unresolved wounds call in mirrors to help you heal. This is the level of spiritual intelligence that Jung hinted at the power of self-awareness, not as a concept, but as a lived experience. You don't ascend out of life. You descend into the truth of it. Every challenge becomes a doorway to deeper knowing. Every heartbreak becomes an invitation to integrate the parts of you still waiting to be seen. And in this integration, you become whole, not perfect, but whole. Your light is no longer an idea. It becomes embodied. And you realize that the most revolutionary thing you can do in this world is to be exactly who you are without apology, without disguise, without shrinking. So when people ask what happens when the third eye opens, the answer is this: you stop pretending. You start living from the truth. You stop reacting and start responding. You stop waiting for permission and begin choosing presence. And in doing so, you become the kind of person who doesn't need to convince anyone of anything, because your energy speaks louder than words ever could. This is spirituality. This is awakening. This is what it means to be truly alive. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom if this awakens something within you. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss content that deepens your spiritual awakening. Type in the comments, "I deserve to live a financially prosperous life," if you're ready to align your responsibility with lasting abundance. And there you have it, the shocking truth about awakening your third eye, as seen through the lens of Carl Jung. This isn't just spiritual theory. It's a call to look deeper within yourself, to trust the inner eye that sees beyond illusions. If today's video opened your mind or stirred something within, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and spread this wisdom with others on the path. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an awakening insight. Your journey to higher consciousness is just beginning, and we're honored to walk it with you. What did this video awaken in you? Let us know in the comments below. See you in the next one. The truth hurts. You're not healing. You're just hiding. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. At Spiritual Wisdom, we explore the hard truths that can set you free, even when they sting. Today, we'll uncover why what you call healing might actually be a carefully crafted disguise, a way of hiding from the parts of yourself that need the most light. True growth is not about perfecting a mask, but about daring to face the shadows you've been avoiding. So as you listen, ask yourself, are you truly healing or just hiding? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your insight might be exactly what someone else needs to hear. 1. Hiding behind a mask. Too often, silence is mistaken for serenity, smiles for joy, busyness for purpose, and achievement for fulfillment. We convince ourselves that if our outer life appears fine, then we must be fine. Friends see the smile, colleagues see the success, and even family believes we have it all together. Yet beneath the surface, the soul may carry a quiet, unshakable ache, a restlessness that no amount of pretending can soothe. Carl Jung called this hidden realm the shadow, the buried, unacknowledged parts of ourselves that continue to shape our lives until we bring them into the light. The shadow is not merely a collection of flaws or failures, but the unhealed wounds we've tried to forget, the truths we've been too afraid to speak, and the emotions we've learned to silence in order to be accepted. We live in a world that rewards performance over authenticity. From childhood, we learn that being agreeable feels safer than being honest, that staying busy keeps uncomfortable truths at bay, and that achieving more will somehow quiet the unrest inside. But unresolved pain cannot be buried forever. It seeps through the cracks in the dreams that wake us in the night, in the triggers that catch us off guard, in the self-sabotage that robs us of the very things we say we want. Jung warned that ignoring the shadow doesn't erase it. It simply allows it to operate in the background, influencing our choices without our conscious consent. This is why people find themselves drawn to the same unhealthy relationships, repeating the same destructive patterns, or feeling inexplicably empty no matter what they accomplish. When hiding is mistaken for healing, the soul is denied its true work transformation. The soul was never meant to live behind a mask. It was meant to be whole. Wholeness requires courage. The courage to acknowledge pain, anger, shame, and grief without turning away. This is not about drowning in suffering. It is about allowing what has been hidden to be seen, understood, and integrated, so it no longer holds power over us. True healing is the process of making peace with every part of ourselves, even the parts we once rejected. When we stop running from the shadow, we reclaim our inner power. The patterns that once bound us begin to lose their grip, and the choices we make start to reflect truth instead of fear. The soul shifts from survival into genuine peace, and life begins to flow from a place of authenticity rather than performance. This is the freedom that comes when we choose to meet ourselves fully. And in that meeting, the shadow no longer hides in the dark. It becomes a part of the light we carry forward. If you're ready to face your shadow and stop hiding behind the mask, comment below. I choose truth over disguise, and let your healing begin. 2. Performance versus authenticity. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Yet for many, that privilege is buried under layers of roles we never chose. From childhood, survival often meant stepping into an identity that would keep us safe, loved, or accepted, becoming the peacekeeper who smoothed over every conflict, the achiever who chased perfection to prove worth, or the invisible one who stayed quiet to avoid harm. These roles began as shields, ways to navigate an environment where love was conditional and approval had to be earned. But over time, they hardened into masks so familiar we mistook them for our true selves, even as our soul quietly ached beneath the weight of pretending. These identities, while once protective, become prisons when we carry them into adulthood. I knew a woman who spent decades climbing the career ladder, collecting awards, and earning the admiration of peers, only to find every success hollow. She wasn't chasing her dreams. She was chasing safety, silencing the deep-rooted fear that without constant achievement, she would be abandoned. This is the trap of performance over authenticity. You can be celebrated by the world, yet feel invisible to yourself. And in today's hyper-connected world, social media magnifies the pressure, pushing us to present a perfect image, to curate a life that wins approval while hiding the truth of who we are. As Carl Jung warned, when we live through personas built for survival, the soul suffers, because no external validation can heal the longing to be seen as we truly are. Breaking free from these roles demands courage. It asks you to question the very identity you've spent your life maintaining. If you stop trying to please, impress, or disappear, who would you be? It may mean setting boundaries that disrupt your peacekeeper role, choosing rest and joy over relentless achievement, or speaking your truth even when it risks rejection. This is the moment where real healing begins, not when you perfect the performance, but when you lay it down. Beneath the mask, your real self is still there. The self that existed before fear taught you to shapeshift for acceptance. The self that doesn't need to be earned or proven because it simply is. Living from that place transforms life from a constant audition into an honest dialogue between your soul and the world. Recognizing the role you've been playing, understanding why it formed, daring to live beyond it, and reclaiming your true essence is the work your soul has been waiting for you to begin. For while authenticity may cost you the approval of some, it will return to you the one thing performance can never give: freedom. Have you ever questioned if the life you're living is truly yours, or just a role you learned to survive? Share your experience in the comments so others can reflect too. If not, type, "I choose my true self," and let's step into authenticity together. 3. The soul's rebellion. Procrastination, self-sabotage, and the repetition of toxic patterns are not always signs of weakness. They can be your soul's rebellion against a life that does not belong to you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When your authentic self is trapped beneath layers of performance, people-pleasing, and survival masks, it will resist in ways you may mistake for failure. You delay tasks, avoid commitments, or find yourself pulled back into the same harmful cycles, not out of laziness, but because a deeper part of you refuses to invest energy into what feels false. Achievements, no matter how impressive, feel hollow when they require the betrayal of your true self. You could stand in the spotlight, celebrated by thousands, and still feel the quiet ache of living a life that does not align with your truth. When the mask is still on, the heart cannot breathe. The mind creates pauses, overthinking, distraction, avoidance, not because you are incapable, but because your inner being is guarding you from walking further into a reality that erases you. In a world obsessed with productivity and appearances, we are taught to fight these signs instead of listening to them. We adopt time hacks, rigid schedules, and guilt-driven motivation, yet none of these touch the real wound. You cannot heal while you are still pretending. You cannot fix what is not broken, only misaligned. Every time you silence that small voice inside that says, "I don't want this," you drift further from your spiritual compass. And when ignored, your soul refuses to stay quiet, and it will rebel. This rebellion may appear as procrastination or sabotage, but in truth, it is self-preservation. Jung spoke of individuation, the process of becoming who you truly are, and it cannot happen if your daily life forces you into a role that is not yours. Your delays and detours may not be proof of failure, but proof that you are being redirected toward what is real. Perhaps the resistance you feel is not an enemy, but a message. Perhaps every pause is your soul's way of saving you from a path that would cost you yourself. Healing is not about forcing action through willpower. It is about removing the mask so your energy can flow toward what aligns with your essence. As Rumi wrote, try to accept the changing seasons of your soul, even the winters, for without them, spring would not be possible. When you honor that truth, resistance fades, toxic cycles lose their grip, and you move forward not because you pushed harder, but because you finally chose a path your soul is willing to walk. If this message speaks to your soul, don't wait, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments so we can walk this path of truth together. 4. Shadow as forgotten self. The shadow is not an enemy to be feared or destroyed, but the forgotten self, the part of your soul that carries the emotions, desires, and truths you once felt unsafe to express. It is where the unspoken anger lives, where grief hides behind your forced smile, where jealousy quietly brews, and where the unmet needs of your younger self remain unanswered. Over the years, you learned to bury these feelings, believing that if they were hidden, they would lose their power. But the soul does not forget. What is suppressed does not disappear. It seeps into your life in disguised and unrecognizable forms. Resentment that silently poisons your relationships. Fear of abandonment that drives you to either cling desperately or keep others at arm's length. Silent rage that lingers beneath a polite tone, and self-sabotage that blocks the very happiness you long for. These patterns are not random. They are the voice of the shadow, guiding your behavior from the dark. Just as Jung warned that, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. It shows itself in the sudden wave of irritation at an innocent remark, in the tightness in your chest when someone touches a nerve you didn't know was there, in the dreams where symbols and strangers whisper truths you cannot quite grasp. It is the part of you that feels left out even when surrounded by love, the part that panics when something good finally comes your way, because deep down it has learned not to trust joy. This hidden self is like a child locked in a room, knocking softly at first, and then louder over time, hoping you will open the door. Each time you ignore the knock, the divide between your conscious self and your true soul widens, and the child grows restless. Your soul is not asking you to be flawless. It is asking you to be whole. And wholeness requires meeting this shadow with presence instead of avoidance, with compassion instead of judgment. When you dare to look at it, you realize that anger, once acknowledged, transforms into a clear understanding of where your boundaries lie. Grief, when honored, becomes a bridge to deeper empathy and connection. Even jealousy, when explored without shame, can illuminate the unlived desires of your life, revealing what your soul is quietly yearning for. This is not the work of quick fixes or superficial affirmations. It is the deep spiritual labor of reclaiming yourself. It means sitting with discomfort long enough for it to speak, listening to the truths you once silenced, and integrating them into your present self so they no longer control you from the shadows. The energy you once spent on suppression becomes available for creation, love, and growth. In embracing the shadow, You are not descending into darkness. You are retrieving the parts of your soul that have been waiting, sometimes for decades, to come home. 5. Facing the shadow. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." When you spend years building an identity that keeps you safe, stepping outside of it feels like stepping into enemy territory. Many mistake this safety for healing, convincing themselves they've moved on, when, in truth, they've only learned how to hide their wounds more skillfully. The mask you wear might win the approval of others, but beneath it lie the abandoned pieces of yourself, your shadow that hold the very key to your wholeness. True freedom comes not from pretending the shadow isn't there, but from turning toward it, listening to it, and integrating it into who you are. That means opening doors you've kept locked, feeling grief you thought you'd buried, and facing the fear that the parts you've hidden might push people away. In everyday life, this shows up more often than we admit. Someone goes through a painful breakup, and to the world, they seem fine posting smiling photos, filling their calendar with trips, telling everyone they're better off. Yet privately, they avoid certain songs, places, and conversations because they stir feelings they'd rather suppress. Months later, an unshakable emptiness lingers, untouched by all the distractions. That is the shadow, subtle, persistent, and unwilling to be ignored. Sometimes it looks like keeping yourself endlessly busy, so you never have to be alone with your thoughts, or surrounding yourself with people who never challenge your patterns. Carl Jung warned that the shadow you ignore doesn't disappear. It grows stronger, quietly steering your choices, shaping your relationships, and eroding your sense of worth from behind the scenes. The reason facing it feels so dangerous is because your old identity, the cage, is familiar. It might limit you, but it feels predictable. The moment you start dismantling that cage, your mind and body interpret it as a threat, and the discomfort can be overwhelming. Pain, grief, and disorientation are not signs of failure. They are proof that you're dismantling the survival patterns that no longer serve you. This is the in-between space, shedding the skin of who you were without yet knowing who you will become. It's raw, uncertain, and deeply transformative, the place where your soul begins to gather back the fragments it lost along the way. In a culture obsessed with positivity, it's tempting to run from this darkness, but doing so leaves you split in two. If you only embrace your light while rejecting your shadow, you'll forever live a half-life. Real growth asks you to carry both the parts you love and the parts you wish you could erase, and to see them not as enemies, but as allies. The shadow is not here to destroy you. It is here to complete you. Every piece you reclaim adds to your strength, your authenticity, and your freedom. The discomfort is not a reason to stop. It is a sign you are exactly where you need to be, walking the only path that leads to real healing. If you're ready to step out of the familiar cage and face your shadow, repeat after me. I embrace my shadow and reclaim my true self. I am free. 6. Self-abandonment. What most people don't realize is that once you become aware of your destructive patterns, continuing them is no longer simply the result of trauma. It becomes an act of self-abandonment. This means you are no longer a victim of the past, but an active participant in your own limitation. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. And this is where many people get stuck. They finally see the truth about their patterns, their relationships, and the masks they have worn to survive. But they choose to stay the same because change feels like death. The truth is, it is a kind of death. The death of the false self you have been loyal to for years. It's the part of you that was built to please, to avoid conflict, to survive in a family, a culture, or a relationship that couldn't hold your authentic self. But the danger is this: staying loyal to that false self means you are slowly killing your own potential, suffocating the life your soul was meant to live, and betraying the very spiritual journey you are here to fulfill. Letting go of these old identities requires immense courage because it means walking away from the safety of what you've always known, even if it was painful. It's like standing at the edge of a cliff, looking into the unknown, knowing you must jump without any guarantee of where you'll land. That leap is terrifying because grief will meet you on the way down. You will grieve the loss of who you thought you were, the roles you played, and even the relationships that only survived because you kept playing small. This grief is not a sign that you're failing. It is the proof that you're shedding an old skin. In spiritual terms, you are going through a death and rebirth cycle, a sacred rite of passage that transforms you from someone who is unconsciously reacting to life into someone who is consciously creating it. The problem is, many people confuse comfort with healing. They avoid the deep, messy work of transformation by surrounding themselves with distractions, convincing themselves that keeping the peace is the same as being healed. But peace without truth is just a beautifully decorated cage. If you've been hiding behind positive thinking, constant busyness, or avoiding difficult conversations, you're not healing, you're hiding. And the cost of that hiding is enormous. The slow erosion of your inner power, the dulling of your intuition, and the quiet suffocation of your dreams. Spiritual growth demands that you stop abandoning yourself. It asks you to choose the discomfort of truth over the comfort of illusion, to face the pain of change rather than the numbness of staying the same. You have to understand that your soul did not come here to be safe. It came here to be free. And freedom is not found in clinging to old wounds or familiar masks. It's found in breaking the cycle, even if it costs you relationships, approval, or the identity you've worn for decades. As the poet Rumi said, try to accept the changing seasons of your heart, even as you have always accepted the passing seasons of the year. The grief you feel when you let go is the winter before the spring. It's the necessary clearing before the new growth can emerge. So if you are standing in front of the choice right now to stay the same or to let go, choose yourself. Choose to stop abandoning your own heart. Choose the path that feels uncertain but alive, because that is the only path where your soul can finally breathe, expand, and fulfill its true purpose. And in the end, you will realize that the pain you feared was never your enemy. It was your initiation into becoming who you were always meant to be. 7. Real healing is messy. Real healing is never glamorous or instant. It is raw, unpolished, and often feels like standing in the wreckage of who you once were, sorting through the pieces to see what still belongs to you and what must be released. It is the slow, sometimes agonizing process of dismantling the false self you built to survive. The one that learned to smile while silently suffering. to stay agreeable while quietly breaking inside. Carl Jung said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain, and this pain is the soul's invitation to step into truth. It is messy work grieving the versions of yourself that wore masks, letting go of coping patterns that once kept you safe but now keep you stuck, and learning to breathe in the unfamiliar air of authenticity. In these moments, the soul does not ask you to be perfect. It asks you to be honest, and that honesty can look like sleepless nights, unanswered questions, and waves of emotions you can no longer suppress. The heart of transformation often reveals itself in the smallest of spaces, the pause between the trigger and your reaction. This pause is not just an empty gap. It is the seed of freedom, the moment where the unconscious programming of your false self meets the conscious choice of your awakened self. In that breath, you can either repeat the same old cycle or create something entirely new. Most people overlook this moment, waiting for some dramatic shift. But the soul often works in whispers before it speaks in thunder. Choosing differently in that pause is where real healing begins. Because it is not about never being triggered again. It is about not letting those triggers control the direction of your life. This journey will also take you through grief, not only the grief of losing people, but the grief of losing identities you thought were you. You will mourn the parts of yourself that once helped you belong, but never let you be free. Shedding the false self can feel like betrayal to the life you once lived, but it is not betrayal. It is a sacred act of alignment. The soul will not settle for a life built on performance and pretense. It will demand the truth, even if that truth dismantles everything you thought was stable. Your old armor, once necessary in battle, is now too heavy to carry into the future you are meant to create. Taking it off will feel exposed, but in that exposure, you will find liberation. Healing will test your patience. There will be days when you feel like you have gone backwards, moments when you question if you are making any progress at all. But it is often in those unraveling days that the deepest transformation is taking place. These moments strip away illusions, confront your fears, and reveal the unshakable core of your soul. They teach you that healing is not about perfection, but about persistence, not about being untouched by pain, but about choosing love instead of fear, truth instead of denial, presence instead of escape. And in embracing this raw, imperfect, sacred work, you are not just changing how you live. You are reclaiming who you truly are at the deepest level of your being. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and allow yourself to sit in the stillness between trigger and reaction. In this sacred space, healing begins. Repeat with me. I choose freedom over the false self, and I welcome my true transformation. 8. Remembering the real self. Beneath the conditioning, the roles you've been forced to play, and the shame you've carried, there exists the original self-creative, unafraid, unapologetic version of you that once lived freely before you learned to hide in order to survive. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Yet most people bury that truth under masks built to please others. In childhood, you might have learned that speaking up brought criticism, or that standing out invited rejection, so you made yourself smaller to stay safe. That choice may have protected you then, but over time, it cost you something far greater: the ability to recognize and live as your real self. You began wearing the face the world preferred, and while that role earned approval, inside, you felt disconnected from the soul that once burned bright within you. There was someone who lived like this for decades, always agreeable, always accommodating, the one who never made waves. She was respected at work, loved in her family, and admired by friends, yet every night she felt an emptiness she couldn't explain. Her art supplies sat untouched in a dusty corner. Her dreams whispered faintly, but were drowned out by the noise of meeting everyone else's needs. One day, she finally decided to honor herself and create again, even though it meant losing the approval of people who only loved her for the role she played. The world around her shifted. Some relationships faded, others deepened. But for the first time in years, she could look in the mirror without feeling like a stranger. Carl Jung's teachings remind us that to reclaim the authentic self, we must go through individuation, a process that requires us to face the shadow of the parts of us we've denied or been told to suppress. This is not comfortable work. Peeling away the layers of false identity feels vulnerable, even dangerous at first. You may fear judgment, loneliness, or the loss of belonging. But as you step into your truth, you begin to realize that the temporary sting of being misunderstood is nothing compared to the long, dull ache of living a lie. Approval may be withdrawn, but in its place grows something far more valuable: self-respect. Relationships built on illusion may fall away, but the ones that remain will be rooted in truth. The pain of authenticity is sharp but clean. It cuts away what no longer serves you. The pain of hiding is slow and corrosive, wearing you down year after year. Choosing to become who you truly are may disappoint others, but it will set you free from the prison of pretending. The emptiness you feel is not a sign that something is missing from your life. It's a sign that something is missing from yourself. When you stop betraying your own soul to fit the expectations of others, you open the door to a life that is real, whole, and deeply alive. 9. Freedom through truth. You are not broken. You are buried beneath layers of silence, survival habits, and the stories you've been told about who you should be. Freedom is not about fixing yourself to meet the world's approval, but about becoming real, stripping away the masks and letting the truth of who you are breathe again. As Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. True spiritual awakening begins the moment you stop running from your pain and turn toward it, even when fear tells you it's safer to stay hidden. Fear will whisper that you will lose love, safety, or belonging if you show your true self. But the truth will remind you that what is real can never be taken from you. You may have spent years building an identity that pleases others, avoids conflict, and keeps the peace. But that peace is false if it costs you your own soul. Choosing yourself is not selfish. It is sacred. It is saying, I matter too, and honoring the life force within you. This is not about becoming someone new, but about remembering who you were before the world convinced you to hide. Your soul is like a flame that's been covered for years when you uncover it. The light may sting your eyes at first, but its warmth will remind you that you were never lost, only waiting. Awakening is not gentle. It arrives in moments that shake you. Heartbreak, betrayal, loss, failure. These are not punishments. They are invitations to return to yourself. Life will hold up mirrors through people and situations, showing you the parts of yourself you've abandoned. Healing begins when you stop pretending and speak the truth, even if your voice trembles. The truth will set you free, but first, it will make you miserable. It is uncomfortable to face what you've denied, but those buried parts hold the key to your freedom. To walk the spiritual path of true liberation, you must choose truth over comfort, authenticity over approval, and self-respect over fitting in. Choosing yourself will feel like betrayal to those who benefited from your silence, but it is the deepest act of loyalty to your soul. You are not here to live a half-life or shrink to fit into someone else's vision of you. You are here to awaken so fully that no fear, no expectation, and no voice from the past can convince you to hide again. To affirm your commitment to living in truth, declare it now. Comment below, "I choose to be real," and let your courage inspire others to face what they've been avoiding and step into their own freedom. And remember, true healing begins the moment you stop hiding from yourself. The shadow you avoid today will quietly shape your tomorrow until you choose to face it with courage. If this message has spoken to you, let it be a turning point. Like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights on the path to self-discovery and transformation. Carl Jung reveals why being single could be the smartest choice of your life. As Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Too often, society convinces us that happiness only comes from being with someone else. But what if the greatest act of wisdom is choosing yourself first? In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we will uncover why being single may actually be the smartest choice of your life, and how embracing solitude can lead to deeper self-discovery, personal growth, and true happiness. Do you agree with Jung's perspective, or do you see relationships differently? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your insight might inspire someone else's journey. 1. Love versus fear of loneliness. Much of what the world praises as love is, in truth, often a quiet fear of being alone, a disguise for an emptiness people would rather not face. From childhood, society whispers that worth is measured by whether you find someone to complete you, whether you can display to the world that you are wanted, desired, chosen. Yet when fear, rather than freedom, guides the heart, the relationship becomes a refuge from silence instead of a union of wholeness. In these cases, devotion is not born from abundance, but from avoidance, not from joy, but from the panic of solitude. It is here that Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom invites us to pause and question our own motives. to ask whether what we call love is truly love or merely dependency wrapped in comforting words. Relationships often become an escape route, a carefully constructed way of fleeing the stillness of our own soul. Two people may come together not out of fullness, but to cover the void inside each of them, using each other like bandages over unhealed wounds. And yet, as Jung reminds us, spirituality and spiritual awakening begin when you dare to sit with that void instead of fleeing from it. Solitude becomes a teacher, a mirror, a place where you are forced to confront the unmasked truth of who you are. When you allow yourself to dwell in silence, to hear the unspoken language of your inner life, you stop needing to drown it out with shallow companionship. This is why many of the deepest transformations happen not in the noise of love stories, but in the sacred stillness of being alone. Jung's most piercing question cuts through the illusions we so easily cling to. At the end of life, when the room is dim and the body is loosening its grip on consciousness, what will matter most is not how many people you were with, but whether you truly lived your own life. Did you walk your own path, or did you simply accompany someone else on theirs? This haunting image forces us to strip away excuses and confront the truth. We cannot take borrowed identities, borrowed dreams, or borrowed loves into eternity. Only the authenticity of our journey remains, and in that moment, the fear of being alone will reveal how much it has stolen from us if we let it guide our choices. In today's world, where social media parades picture-perfect relationships and dating apps offer instant validation, solitude is often painted as a flaw to fix. The pressure to prove love, to prove belonging, pushes many into relationships not because their soul expands there, but because they cannot bear the silence of being unseen. Yet spiritual awakening requires rebellion against this conditioning. It asks you to look within and ask, am I choosing love because it liberates me, or because it numbs me? Am I with this person because they reflect my wholeness, or because they distract me from my emptiness? These questions are uncomfortable, but they are the doorway to wisdom. The truth is that solitude is not an absence, but a presence. It is the fertile ground where you learn to stand in your own light, to hear your own voice, to recognize that you are already complete. When you embrace solitude, you stop seeking someone to rescue you from yourself and begin to build a relationship with your own soul. This is not loneliness, it is strength. It is clarity. It is the foundation of true love. Only when you are whole within can love become an expansion instead of an escape. Jung's wisdom reminds us that fear-driven unions will always drain the spirit. But love, born of inner abundance, has the power to awaken and transform. And so, the greatest act of spirituality may not be finding another to complete you, but becoming so whole in yourself that when love finally comes, it is no longer about running away from loneliness, but about walking together in freedom. If you've ever felt the difference between love and the fear of loneliness, now is the time to claim your truth. Comment below, I choose love over fear, to affirm your commitment to living with courage and clarity. 2. The hidden cost of relationships. Culture glorifies love and relationships as the ultimate goal, yet Carl Jung's wisdom reveals a deeper truth. Behind the glitter of romance often lies a hidden cost that few are willing to acknowledge. In the pursuit of harmony, Countless people bury their desires, abandon their dreams, and quietly betray themselves just to maintain the illusion of peace. What begins as passion frequently turns into dependency, a subtle chain that demands endless compromise until individuality fades into the background. Day by day, the self bends, shrinks, and reshapes to fit the expectations of another, until one looks in the mirror and no longer recognizes who they are. Many relationships, while praised as companionship and security, are in reality emotional cages, comfortable prisons disguised as love. They promise peace, yet silence the soul. Jung understood that true spirituality and spiritual development are born not from conformity, but from authenticity, from the courage to listen to the inner voice that whispers of freedom and self-discovery. Love itself is not the enemy, but attachment without awareness can suffocate the very spirit it was meant to nurture. Look at the modern world, and you will see this pattern everywhere. Men and women remaining in jobs, friendships, or marriages not because they are fulfilled, but because they fear what solitude might reveal. Yet solitude is not emptiness. It is the soil where transformation takes root. It is within silence that creativity reawakens, forgotten passions resurface, and a truer sense of self emerges. While society romanticizes partnership, it rarely acknowledges the profound courage it takes to walk alone. And yet, this choice, often misunderstood, is among the smartest one can make, because it gives you back to yourself. Solitude offers the gift of clarity, the strength to stand firm, and the space to grow into the person you were always meant to be. To remain single is not to be broken or incomplete, but to stand whole within yourself, free from the pressure of living through someone else's story. Spirituality teaches that true fulfillment begins within, not in the approval or constant presence of another. If love arrives, it will meet you in your wholeness, not in your need. And if it does not, you remain complete, radiant in your own light. The lesson is clear. Do not allow fear of loneliness or cultural expectations to dictate your life. To choose solitude is to choose freedom. And in that freedom, your spirit awakens to its highest potential, reminding you that sometimes the most sacred love story is the one you write with yourself. If this message opened your eyes to the hidden costs of relationships, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's keep growing in truth and wisdom together. 3. Solitude as radical freedom. Solitude is not emptiness, but radical freedom. The sacred ground where your true self finally has room to breathe and expand. When you step away from the noise of society's expectations and the constant pull of relationships, you discover the power of being alone, not as loneliness, but as liberation. Carl Jung taught that true individuation, the process of becoming whole, requires solitude, silence, and courage. Without them, you risk living a life written by others rather than authored by your own soul. The world often condemns solitude, labeling single people as incomplete. But in truth, solitude is the presence of self, a sacred container where intelligence and spiritual wisdom are given the space to flourish. As Henry David Thoreau reminded us, I never found the companion that was so companionable as solitude, showing that solitude is not isolation, but communion with the deepest essence of life. Society feeds us a script. Find a partner, build a home, share a life, grow old together. It is a story of safety and comfort, but Jung urged us to question, what if following this script blindly prevents us from ever discovering who we truly are? Solitude, then, becomes an act of courage, a rebellion against conformity, not to reject love, but to insist that love must begin within. In solitude, you are not lacking, you are whole. You allow yourself to hear the quiet call of intuition, to sit face to face with your fears, to understand your desires without interference. Nietzsche warned, "The individual has always had to struggle to keep from being overwhelmed by the tribe." To embrace solitude is to protect your authenticity from being drowned by the noise of the crowd. Within solitude lies the wellspring of creativity and intelligence. History's greatest thinkers, artists, and spiritual leaders chose silence because it sharpened thought and ignited imagination. Jung himself retreated into deep solitude, and from that silence emerged insights that transformed psychology forever. Solitude offers what relationships and constant chatter cannot: uninterrupted clarity. In that sacred stillness, your spiritual awakening begins. You discover that solitude is not punishment, but privilege, a place where you can integrate wounds, expand wisdom, and build a self strong enough to thrive in stillness instead of collapsing under loneliness. To embrace radical freedom, you must see solitude not as a void, but as fullness. It is the sanctuary where your soul whispers truths, where your courage grows, and where your creative fire takes form. Choosing to be single is not about rejecting love, but about preparing for a higher form of it, the kind that only arises when you already know yourself. Without solitude, individuation cannot happen, and without individuation, authentic love cannot exist. Solitude, therefore, is not the end of intimacy, but the beginning of a deeper one, first with yourself, and only then with others. If you are walking alone, understand this: solitude is not your weakness, it is your strength. It is where intelligence deepens, where spiritual wisdom awakens, and where you free yourself from the chains of external validation. In solitude, you are not less, you are infinitely more. Rumi wrote, "There is a voice that doesn't use words. Listen. That voice belongs to your soul, and it speaks most clearly when you dare to choose the smartest path of all, the path of radical freedom in solitude." Comment below. I choose radical freedom. If you are ready to embrace the true power of solitude and live life on your own terms. 4. The illusion of romantic love. Love, for many, is less about genuine connection and more about a desperate attempt to escape loneliness. And Carl Jung reminds us that what most people call love is often nothing more than projection. The unconscious act of throwing our unacknowledged fears, wounds, and insecurities onto another person, mistaking dependency for intimacy. In truth, when people cling to a partner in fear of solitude, they are not practicing love, but avoiding themselves, creating a fragile bond that fractures as soon as reality no longer matches the fantasy they have built. Jung described this pattern as one of the greatest illusions of human relationships, because instead of embracing self-awareness and wholeness, many surrender to the comfort of being mirrored by someone else, forgetting that what they see is not the other's soul, but their own shadow cast upon them. This kind of projection, while intoxicating at first, eventually fragments the self, fostering dependency and stripping away freedom, which leads not to fulfillment, but to emptiness, resentment, and spiritual disconnection. To live trapped in such illusions is to give away your power of self-discovery, and it keeps you from the deeper work of spiritual awakening that can only be done when you face solitude honestly and bravely. Jung instead emphasized a higher form of love, what he called amor fati, the love of one's fate, one's destiny, and one's unique path. Rather than seeking completion in another, true love is found in the acceptance and even reverence of your own journey, with all its trials, mysteries, and transformations. To practice amor fati is to understand that your destiny is not something to run from by fusing yourself with another person's life, but something to embrace with courage, knowing that even suffering, rejection, or solitude serves a purpose in your unfolding. In a world that constantly glorifies romantic fusion, where movies, songs, and even social expectations tell you that happiness is found only when you find your other half, Jung's wisdom feels almost revolutionary. He asks you to consider whether love is truly about dissolving into another, or about standing firm in your individuality while respecting the individuality of others. This perspective leads to a more authentic form of connection, one not built on clinging or projection, but on shared strength, respect, and spiritual growth. Applied to modern life, Jung's insight exposes the hidden costs of relationships pursued out of fear. How often do people rush into partnerships, not because they are ready to share their lives, but because they dread being alone with their thoughts? Social media amplifies this illusion, presenting highlight reels of perfect couples that pressure you into believing you are incomplete without someone else. But if spirituality teaches us anything, it is that true awakening begins not in the arms of another, but in the depths of your own soul. The ability to sit with yourself, to face your insecurities without distraction, and to cultivate inner peace is a sign of intelligence and maturity. It allows you to enter relationships not from desperation, but from fullness, transforming love from an escape into an offering. As Jung himself said, the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. Real transformation cannot happen if one partner is merely serving as a mirror for the other's wounds. It happens when two whole individuals meet and awaken something higher within each other. 5. Marriage as containment. Marriage has often been upheld as a symbol of security and stability, built upon repetition, comfort, and routine. Yet Carl Jung warned that these very qualities can become dangerous for a creative spirit seeking freedom, originality, and spiritual development. For a soul called to grow, predictability can be suffocating because true inspiration, groundbreaking ideas, and deep artistic expression are rarely born from compromise or conformity. They are born from silence, solitude, and even the chaos of the unknown. Jung himself chose solitude not out of rejection of love, but out of devotion to the inner journey, understanding that the deepest truths of the psyche and the sparks of creativity reveal themselves only when one dares to face oneself without distraction. Solitude, to him, was not emptiness, but a sacred container where spirituality unfolds and the unconscious whispers its secrets, where shadows can be confronted and the authentic self can emerge in its raw, unfiltered power. In contrast, the traditional framework of marriage often risks becoming a containment chamber, where the individual unconsciously trades authenticity for comfort, passion for predictability, and spiritual awakening for social approval. When life becomes governed by stability at all costs, the fire of self-discovery dims, and the higher calling of the soul is postponed in the name of security. This is why Jung asked us to consider whether we are truly living our own lives or merely following a script written by tradition and reinforced by society. If you look deeply, you may recognize that the moments when you felt most alive were not when you were following rules, but when you were listening to the quiet voice of your own soul, often in solitude. In today's world, where we are constantly pressured to pair up, to see singleness as failure and marriage as the ultimate achievement, Jung's message is radical but liberating. What if being single is not a lack, but a strength? What if it is not loneliness, but liberation? Not emptiness, but expansion? Choosing solitude grants you the chance to explore your passions without dilution, to listen to your inner voice without interruption, and to cultivate spiritual clarity that constant compromise can never allow. It is in solitude that spirituality deepens, that creativity awakens, and that the individual learns to stand fully in their own light. By walking this path, you grant yourself the freedom to develop your mind, strengthen your spirit, and shape a life aligned with your truest essence. This is why being single, far from being a weakness, can be one of the smartest decisions of your life. It creates space for growth, courage, and authentic living. The lesson is not to reject connection, but to understand that no relationship should ever serve as a cage. Your highest companion is your awakened soul. And once you learn to stand in that truth, you will no longer settle for containment, but instead live a life free, creative, and spiritually alive. Leave your likes and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss insightful content like this. Share your voice in the comments by declaring, "I choose freedom over containment," to affirm your journey toward wisdom and authentic living. 6. The creative power of aloneness. Being single is often misunderstood as a state of emptiness. Yet Carl Jung and other great minds revealed that solitude is one of the smartest choices you can make because it allows the mind to expand freely without interruption or the constant noise of compromise. In solitude, your intelligence is no longer scattered across emotional negotiations or drained by daily demands. Instead, it becomes focused, powerful, and deeply creative. Solitude is not the absence of love, but the presence of clarity, a protective boundary where your energy is preserved and your inner voice can be heard. Albert Einstein once said, "The monotony and solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind," reminding us that silence is not weakness, but the foundation of discovery. History shows us that some of the most intelligent and visionary thinkers thrived in solitude. Nikola Tesla chose isolation because he understood that distractions would corrupt the purity of his ideas. And through that silence, he envisioned technologies that shaped the modern world. Albert Camus, too, embraced solitude as the soil from which his philosophy grew, producing works that challenged society and redefined meaning itself. Einstein, Tesla, Camus, they were not escaping loneliness, but stepping into presence, a state where spiritual wisdom and creativity flourish unchallenged. Being single, then, is not about what you lack, but about what you gain. The ability to be fully present with your own consciousness and to cultivate intelligence without compromise. Carl Jung taught that individuality is often lost in the collective, and the true work of the soul begins when one dares to step away from the crowd. Solitude offers that opportunity. It allows you to turn inward, to examine your own depths, to meet your shadow, and to awaken to the archetypal wisdom that lies beneath ordinary awareness. Jung reminded us, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. In your aloneness, you are not running from connection, but awakening to a higher form of it. Connection with yourself, your unconscious, and the timeless patterns that guide human life. This is spiritual awakening in its truest form. The courage to sit with yourself and to find meaning not in the validation of others, but in the intelligence that rises from silence. When you embrace being single, solitude becomes a workshop for your soul. It sharpens your perception, fuels your creativity, and teaches you to stand strong in authenticity. In a world that demands constant companionship and social proof, the choice to remain alone becomes an act of intelligence, a declaration that your energy will not be wasted on superficial attachments. Solitude is where spiritual wisdom is cultivated. It is where you learn to trust your intuition, follow your inner guidance, and align with a purpose that transcends the ordinary. The quiet mind becomes the birthplace of profound insights, lasting transformation, and ideas powerful enough to shift the world. To be single is not to be incomplete. It is to be free, unbounded, and in alignment with your deepest self. Like Jung, Einstein, Tesla, and Camus, you too can choose the sacred path of solitude, not as an escape, but as a commitment to your intelligence and your awakening. When you stop fearing silence and start embracing it, you discover that solitude is not a void. It is the richest space for growth, wisdom, and creation, and perhaps the smartest decision you will ever make. 7. Freedom versus adaptation. Most people call adaptation peace, but what they really mean is surrender. Because the moment you silence your truth to fit into society's expectations, you are no longer at peace with yourself, you are simply complying. Carl Jung revealed that this kind of false harmony is dangerous to the soul, for it erases individuality and forces you into a mold that was never yours to begin with. Real freedom, on the other hand, is not soft or comfortable. It is dangerous because it disrupts the illusions people rely on. It is lonely because few dare to walk that path, and it is misunderstood because most people fear what they cannot control. Yet within that difficulty lies something priceless: wholeness and sovereignty. To choose freedom is to choose authenticity, and authenticity is the seed of spiritual awakening. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And those words remind us that true intelligence does not lie in pleasing others, but in becoming whole within ourselves. When you stop adapting blindly and begin choosing yourself, you reclaim power that was always yours. Suddenly, you are no longer predictable because you cannot be manipulated by fear, shame, or the constant need for approval. You walk with a kind of strength that unsettles others because your choices are no longer dictated by external validation, but by inner alignment. This is what makes you truly free to live in truth rather than performance. In today's world, where social media teaches us to chase likes and society tells us to follow scripts of career, marriage, and success, the courage to stand alone is revolutionary. To resist adaptation is to reclaim sovereignty over your life. to say that your spirit is not for sale, and to embody spirituality in its highest form. Spiritual awakening is not about escaping reality. It is about standing so deeply in your truth that you refuse to abandon yourself for the comfort of belonging. Choosing freedom over adaptation is costly. It may isolate you. It may strip you of false relationships, and it may force you to confront your own solitude. But that solitude is sacred because it reveals who you are when there is no one left to impress. It teaches you that real peace is not the silence of conformity, but the stillness of living in alignment with your soul. When you dare to claim your own path, you discover that the greatest victory is not winning society's approval, but living a life that cannot be dictated by anyone but you. And in that moment, you are not only free, you are whole. Do you see freedom as your true path, beyond mere adaptation? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I choose freedom over adaptation. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss more empowering insights like this. 8. Becoming whole. Becoming whole is the highest expression of love you can give yourself, because true growth begins when you refuse to abandon your own essence, when you no longer sacrifice your inner truth for fleeting approval or shallow connection. Solitude, far from being an emptiness to fear, is the sacred ground where your integrity is tested, your vision is refined, and your authentic identity is forged. In the silence of being alone, the noise of the world falls away, and the voice of your soul grows louder, guiding you toward clarity and self-knowledge. Carl Jung once observed that loneliness does not come from being alone, but from being unable to communicate what matters most to you. And in this wisdom lies a powerful reminder. Staying single is not a rejection of love. It is a choice to honor your journey of becoming complete in yourself before you ever seek completion in another. To walk the path of singleness with awareness is to embrace the gift of spiritual development, where spirituality becomes a lived reality rather than a distant idea, where every moment of solitude becomes an invitation to listen, to heal, and to transform. Too often people run into relationships as an escape from their own emptiness, hoping someone else will silence the discomfort they feel inside, only to discover later that the same shadows follow them. But when you face yourself in solitude, when you turn inward instead of running outward, you discover that your worth is not tied to another person's recognition, but is rooted in the sacred truth that you are already whole. Singleness, when embraced with intention, is not about avoidance, but empowerment. It is about reclaiming your energy from constant distraction, channeling it into creativity, self-discovery, and vision. It allows you to stand in your own strength and meet love not as a desperate seeker, but as a conscious equal. In a world that pressures you with timelines and scripts, marry by this age, conform to that path, build according to society's checklist. It takes real intelligence and spiritual wisdom to step away and declare that your soul's growth matters more than external approval. Solitude, then, is not punishment, but preparation. It is the quiet space where you shape a self so strong that no relationship can break it, and so full that no absence can diminish it. To be single is to stand boldly in the truth that love should never be a crutch, but a conscious expansion, and that expansion always begins with you. The lesson is clear. Never abandon yourself for the illusion of belonging. Never mute your inner voice for the comfort of conformity, and never forget that the most sacred responsibility you hold is to your own soul. In honoring that responsibility, you not only awaken to the beauty of spirituality, but you also create the foundation for the only kind of love worth having, one that is free, conscious, and unshakable. And so, the choice to remain single is not about isolation. It's about intelligence, freedom, and the courage to walk your own path. Carl Jung reminds us that only by embracing solitude can we hear the true voice of our soul and live authentically. If this message resonates with you, don't keep it to yourself and share it with others who may need this wisdom. And before you go, remember to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights into the deeper truths of life. When a narcissist sees you as too dangerous to manipulate, they'll try this one trick. The most dangerous thing is to think you know the mind of another person, when in truth, you only know the reflection they've allowed you to see. Carl Jung's insights into human nature remind us that manipulation thrives in the shadows of what is unseen. In today's world, learning to recognize the hidden tactics of narcissists isn't just self-defense, it's self-liberation. When you become too strong for them to control, they often resort to one final, subtle, and deeply destructive trick. In this video, we'll uncover exactly what that is, why it works, and how you can protect your peace and power. As you watch, I invite you to reflect on your own experiences. Have you ever sensed someone trying to twist the truth when they couldn't control you? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's open a conversation that empowers us all. 1. Jung's core insight. Narcissists live through a meticulously crafted persona, a mask that becomes their entire identity, concealing an inflated ego built to hide an ocean of unprocessed shame. Carl Jung understood that this mask is not just a social disguise, but a psychological fortress, a shield that protects the narcissist's most fragile truths. Beneath their charm and apparent confidence lies a soul terrified of exposure, a self so deeply disconnected from authenticity that its survival depends on maintaining the illusion at all costs. The moment you see through that mask and refuse to be drawn into their manipulation, you are not simply rejecting a person, you are striking at the very foundation of their psychological survival. This is why your clarity feels like a threat to them. It reveals the emptiness behind their performance, and to a narcissist, that truth is unbearable. Jung's exploration of the human psyche revealed that every person carries both light and shadow, the visible virtues we share with the world and the hidden flaws, fears, and wounds we suppress. For narcissists, the shadow is an untouchable prison of inadequacy, shame, and fear they cannot afford to confront. To survive, they inflate the persona and deny the shadow's existence, building a false self so convincing that they begin to live inside it. When someone refuses to play along with their narrative, when they are immune to charm, intimidation, or guilt, the narcissist experiences a kind of psychological injury that feels like annihilation. In that moment, you become a mirror reflecting back the truth of their soul, and they will do anything to shatter that reflection before it forces them to face themselves. This is why, as Jung warned, when a narcissist sees you as too dangerous to manipulate, they rarely disappear quietly. Instead, they often initiate a calculated smear campaign, subtly or overtly attempting to discredit you, rewrite events, and turn others against you. It is a desperate strategy to control the story and protect the image they have built. If they cannot control you, they will try to control the perception of you in the eyes of others. This is not merely an act of malice. It is a defense mechanism born from the fear that exposure will collapse the identity they have spent a lifetime constructing. Their soul, trapped in its own illusions, views the revelation of truth as a fatal wound. To understand this is to stop taking their behavior personally. It is to recognize that their aggression, their campaigns of deception, and their attempts to undermine you are not reflections of your worth, but symptoms of their terror at confronting the parts of themselves they have buried. The more you see this clearly, the more you free yourself from their web. You begin to guard your boundaries without guilt, to stand in truth without wavering. And in that clarity, you develop what Jung might call a form of spiritual immunity, a strength of soul that no mask, no manipulation, and no false narrative can penetrate. 2. 3 stages when they lose control. When a narcissist realizes they cannot control you, the game shifts through 3 distinct stages, each more calculated than the last. The first is the testing phase, where they conduct subtle but deliberate psychological reconnaissance to locate your emotional weak points. They probe with small remarks, half-joking criticisms, or questions that feel just a little too personal, all while appearing casual or even charming. These moments are not innocent. They are strategic, designed to map out your insecurities and measure how easily you can be swayed. In this stage, they are observing your soul like a hunter tracking prey, noting every flinch, hesitation, or spark of doubt to determine where they might strike later. When these probes fail to break your confidence, they enter the escalation phase. Here, subtlety vanishes, replaced by direct psychological warfare. Gaslighting becomes a tool of choice, twisting facts until you question your own memory. Projection follows, as they assign you the flaws, motives, or mistakes that are actually theirs, shifting the blame and the emotional weight onto you. And when their influence alone is not enough, they recruit flying monkeys, others who spread their distorted narrative and help isolate you from sources of support. This is the point where the manipulations become relentless, draining your energy and attempting to make your emotional walls crumble so that they can step back into control. If you still refuse to bend, they reach the recognition phase the moment they realize you are immune to their tactics. This is when narcissistic mortification sets in, a deep psychic wound that comes from having their grandiose image shattered. Losing control over you is more than just a personal defeat. It's a blow to their identity, because they depended on you as a mirror to reflect their own sense of power. In this stage, they will often turn to their final tactic. Sometimes it's a sudden withdrawal, as if you no longer matter. Other times, it's an unexpected act of warmth, a compliment they never gave before, an apology dripping with charm, or a display of vulnerability meant to pull you back in. This is not genuine change. It is a calculated move to re-establish the dynamic they once had over you. These 3 stages of testing, escalation, and recognition play out in countless areas of modern life. A partner might start with playful teasing, escalate to constant criticism or public humiliation, and then switch to sudden affection when they see you pulling away. A boss might begin by questioning small decisions, move to undermining your authority in front of others, and then offer you special privileges when they realize you won't break. Each stage is part of the same pattern, and understanding it is key to breaking free. Carl Jung's insights into the shadow self remind us that these power games are often rooted in the parts of ourselves and others that we least want to face. By knowing your own mind, holding firm to your boundaries, and protecting the integrity of your soul, you remove the hooks they rely on. In doing so, you not only free yourself from their control, you reclaim the energy, clarity, and dignity that were always yours. 3. Final tactic: psychological inversion. When a narcissist realizes your spiritual awareness has grown too strong for their control, they often unleash one of the most dangerous psychological tactics Carl Jung would recognize as psychological inversion. This is where they deliberately reverse reality, casting themselves as the innocent victim, and you as the cruel aggressor, twisting every detail until truth and lies blur together. It is not a simple act of manipulation. It is a calculated smear campaign meant to dismantle your reputation and sever you from your support system. They use truth sandwiching, weaving small, verifiable facts into fabricated stories so the lies feel convincing, and they dress their narrative in archetypal victim roles: the misunderstood partner, the betrayed friend, the wounded soul who tried everything but was treated unfairly. They know human nature gravitates toward protecting the vulnerable, so they target empathetic helpers, kind-hearted people eager to mend what's broken, turning them into unwitting allies who defend the narcissist and amplify their distorted story. Imagine breaking free from a controlling colleague who has quietly undermined you for months, only to discover that mutual coworkers now avoid you, having heard you were unstable or aggressive. Every attempt to explain is met with skepticism because the narcissist's narrative has already been seeded in their minds, and your truth is twisted to fit their victim script. This tactic is designed not just to damage your name, but to fracture your perception of reality, making you question your own memories and emotions. Without awareness, even intelligent, well-meaning people can fall for it. Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." And it is this inner knowing of your spiritual clarity that becomes their greatest fear. They want to drag you back into the role you've outgrown, but holding firm in your integrity robs them of power. You do not need to convince everyone of your innocence. You only need to remain unshaken in your truth. The lies may spread, but they are temporary shadows, and truth, like light, eventually breaks through. Your task is to stay anchored, knowing that your spiritual strength is the one thing they cannot corrupt, and it is exactly what will outlast their chaos. 4. Isolation and character assassination. When a narcissist realizes they can no longer pull your strings, they don't simply walk away in defeat. They pivot to a far darker tactic, one that strikes at the very heart of your soul. This is the stage of isolation and character assassination, where they move like a shadow through your relationships, infecting them with seeds of doubt and mistrust. They take what is most admirable about you, your courage, your empathy, your independence, and twist it until it becomes unrecognizable. Your confidence is painted as arrogance, your kindness as naivety, your decisiveness as coldness. In their hands, your strengths become supposed flaws, and these distortions are fed to others in whispers and subtle asides until people begin to question not only your intentions, but your very nature. Because they know the soul thrives in connection, they target your bonds, weaponizing your vulnerabilities and rewriting your story to fit the false reality they want others to believe. This is emotional terrorism in its purest form, where the battlefield is not your body, but your spirit, and the weapons are lies coated in charm and false concern. They might pretend to confide in someone about their worries for you, when in truth, they are planting the first seeds of distrust. They might recall past events with just enough distortion to cast you as selfish, unstable, or dangerous, while presenting themselves as the reasonable, wounded party. Their genius lies in the subtlety. They rarely make bold, obvious accusations, instead allowing suspicion to grow slowly, like mold in the dark, until even your closest allies begin to wonder if they've misjudged you. Carl Jung understood this projection well, teaching that what people repress in themselves, they often project onto others. The narcissist cannot bear the weight of their own shadow, so they hurl it onto you, ensuring that others see their darkness wearing your face. Over time, you may feel the walls closing in. Friends withdraw without explanation. Family members grow distant. Colleagues interact with a stiffness that wasn't there before. It can feel like drowning in a sea of invisibility, where your truth is muted by the chorus of lies echoing around you. And if you are not careful, their reality can start to seep into your own mind, making you question your worth, your choices, even your sanity. But the deeper spiritual truth is this: no amount of manipulation can corrupt the essence of your soul. The light within you is not theirs to touch, no matter how many stories they tell. Their power depends entirely on your reaction. If you rage, they will call you unstable. If you plead, they will call you manipulative. If you retreat, they will call you guilty. The way to dismantle their strategy is not to fight their illusions on their terms, but to anchor yourself so deeply in your own truth that their lies cannot uproot you. When you refuse to abandon your integrity, the smear campaign loses its grip. The people who are meant to walk beside you will see through the fog of deception, drawn not to the rumors about you, but to the steady, unshakable presence of your spirit, a presence that no act of character assassination can ever truly destroy. 5. Psychological warfare tools. When a narcissist realizes they can no longer control you, they do not simply retreat. They adapt, switching to a more covert form of attack designed to undermine your mind and weaken your soul. Carl Jung's work on the unconscious mind reveals why this is so effective. The more unaware you are of these tactics, the more vulnerable you become to them. One of their most insidious weapons is gaslighting amplification, where they work relentlessly to make you doubt your own memory, perception, and judgment. This is not just lying. It is psychological reality erosion, a deliberate breaking of your internal compass so that you feel disoriented and start relying on them for the truth. When you no longer trust yourself, they have the advantage. Alongside this, they often employ cognitive overload, bombarding you with conflicting statements, accusations, and emotional attacks until you can no longer think clearly. It is like having multiple alarms going off in your head at once, each designed to keep you distracted, overwhelmed, and too mentally exhausted to question their narrative. I have seen this play out in modern relationships, where someone, after finally setting firm boundaries, is suddenly hit with a rapid-fire stream of text messages, some filled with blame, others with pleas, and still others with subtle threats, all sent within a short span of hours, leaving the person scrambling emotionally and unable to focus on their own clarity. Another powerful manipulation Carl Jung would have recognized is trauma bonding, creating a repetitive cycle of intense emotional pain, followed by brief moments of relief, comfort, or affection. This unpredictable rhythm hooks the mind like an addictive game, wiring you to seek their approval even after repeated harm. It is the same mechanism that keeps gamblers glued to slot machines. You never know when the reward will come, so you stay, hoping for that fleeting high. The danger here is that your nervous system begins to equate love with volatility, making peace feel foreign and chaos feel familiar. In this state, breaking free feels almost impossible unless you become consciously aware of the pattern. Narcissists also thrive on false urgency and chaos, keeping you so reactive that you cannot step back to think strategically. They will create constant crises, springing last-minute problems on you, so that you are always firefighting instead of seeing the bigger picture. In the workplace, this could be the toxic boss who manufactures emergencies to keep you dependent on their approval. In personal relationships, it could be the partner who starts an argument right before an important day in your life, ensuring your focus is scattered and your emotional energy depleted. All of these strategies share one purpose: to disarm your ability to think for yourself and to pull you into a reactive state where they hold the emotional upper hand. The antidote lies in refusing to play the game. Carl Jung taught that the first step to reclaiming power is making the unconscious conscious. The moment you can name these tactics, you strip them of their hidden influence. When they push for urgency, you slow down. When they flood you with noise, you seek silence. When they alternate between hurting you and comforting you, you remember that your worth is not determined by someone else's twisted reward system. Your soul was never meant to be a pawn in another person's battle for control. And the more you understand your own mind, the less power they will ever have over you. True freedom begins when you stop reacting to their chaos and start acting from your own center, anchored in self-awareness and unshakable clarity. 6. Signs of the final manipulation. When a narcissist realizes they can no longer manipulate you, the mask slips, and what emerges is the desperate chaos of the final manipulation. A sudden, almost violent escalation designed to drag you back under their control. It's no longer subtle games or quiet psychological pushes. It's a storm meant to overwhelm your mind and spirit. They pull more people into the conflict: friends, family, co-workers, even strangers, spinning false stories and carefully crafted lies to make themselves look like the victim and you, the aggressor. This tactic of involving third parties is not for resolution, but for domination, isolating you and poisoning the perception others have of you. Their behavior becomes erratic, swinging between moments of forced affection and shocking hostility. They may shower you with promises of change one moment, then threaten you the next, using ultimatums, intimidation, or the threat of exposing secrets to keep you off balance. This is what Carl Jung might call control panic. That moment of spiritual and psychological crisis when their shadow, the repressed and unconscious part of themselves, erupts in fear of losing its grip on you. Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And in this moment, their unconscious darkness directs every move. They might sabotage your relationships, create false emergencies to pull you back in, or attempt to destroy the stability you've built without them. In the workplace, it could be a toxic boss undermining you in front of upper management when they sense you're ready to leave. In love, it could be an ex-partner starting rumors the moment they see you happy without them. None of this is random. It's calculated survival for them, because your emotional detachment is spiritual starvation for a narcissist. As Jung observed, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. And this truth plays out before your eyes as they burn bridges, rewrite history, and create chaos, rather than confront the emptiness that comes from losing control over you. The key is not to be pulled back into their emotional theater. Their desperation is not a sign of your weakness. It is the clearest proof of your growth. The higher you rise in clarity and strength, the less their tactics can reach you, because your soul has moved beyond their grasp, leaving them powerless in the space where they once thrived. 7. Jung's defense strategies. Carl Jung revealed that the moment you become too self-aware, too firmly grounded in your truth, and too dangerous to be controlled, a narcissist will not simply walk away. They will change tactics, turning to more insidious psychological strategies. One of the most powerful defenses against this is the cultivation of psychological detachment and the observer self, a state in which you stop absorbing every attack as a personal truth and instead witness it as a passing phenomenon, like clouds drifting across the sky. This detachment does not mean denying reality. It means reclaiming the sacred space between stimulus and response, the space Viktor Frankl described as our greatest power, where you choose your reaction with clarity rather than being pulled into their chaos. In this space, your dignity remains intact, and your soul remains untarnished. Still, detachment alone is not enough, because narcissists thrive on confusion and will often rewrite history to make you doubt your own memory. This is why reality anchoring becomes essential. By documenting events, conversations, and patterns of behavior, you create a solid reference point that cannot be erased by their manipulations. This is not about living in the past, but about protecting your truth from being twisted. Your notes, records, and evidence become anchors in the shifting sands of deception, allowing you to see reality for what it is and resist their attempts at manufactured amnesia. When you have a clear record, their gaslighting loses its power, and you remain steady in your own knowledge. Beneath both of these defenses lies the deepest work shadow integration. Jung taught that the shadow is the part of ourselves we reject or deny. Our wounds, our fears, our mistakes, but also our hidden strengths. Narcissists will try to use this shadow against you, projecting their own darkness onto you and making you feel ashamed or unworthy. But when you face your shadow and accept it as part of your story without letting it define you, you remove their greatest weapon. This integration transforms shame into strength and turns vulnerability into power. It is the moment you can say, "Yes, this is me, but it does not control me," and mean it. Once your shadow is embraced, there is nothing left for them to exploit, and your soul stands whole and unshakable. Through psychological detachment, reality anchoring, and shadow integration, you build a form of spiritual armor flexible enough to let you live freely, yet strong enough to ensure no one can manipulate or possess you again. These are not temporary tactics, but lifelong practices that strengthen your mind, protect your truth, and fortify your soul so deeply that even the most skilled manipulator cannot break through your inner defenses. 8. Outcome and empowerment. When a narcissist realizes they can no longer control you, what unfolds is not a loss for you, but a silent victory that speaks to the deepest transformation of your being. Carl Jung described this as individuation, the process of becoming whole, where your soul integrates its light and shadow, emerging stronger, clearer, and untouchable. Surviving their manipulation sharpens your intuition until it becomes a finely tuned radar, builds boundaries so firm they no longer need to be defended, and grants you immunity against the very tactics that once pierced you. Though narcissists project an aura of dominance and unshakable power, beneath that surface lies a fragile, fearful core that cannot withstand the gaze of truth. Once you see them as they are, the spell breaks, and their final, desperate attack, whether through lies, character assassination, or isolation, is nothing more than proof that you've already escaped their grasp. It is their way of admitting, without words, that they have lost. Like a swimmer who has spent years fighting waves only to learn the sea's rhythm and master its currents, you now move with a confidence that no storm can drown. Your boundaries are the life vest that never leaves you, and your intuition is the compass guiding you away from unseen riptides. In everyday life, this might be the employee who walks away from a toxic workplace, carrying with them the knowledge that their worth is not defined by a manipulative boss's opinion. At first, the echoes of control might linger, but in time, they notice a profound shift. An ability to recognize subtle power plays instantly and to dismantle them without fear, guilt, or hesitation. This is the spiritual armor forged in fire, a state where you are no longer reactive, only responsive, because you understand the game and refuse to play. Their collapse is not yours to manage. Their rage, their smear campaigns, their attempts to provoke you are nothing but flares in the night, signaling that your awakening has stripped them of the only thing they ever had the illusion of control. The truth is, your shield, and once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. Survival becomes more than an end. It is the passage into sovereignty, where your soul is no longer a battlefield, but a sanctuary. In that space, you carry a quiet certainty. The very awakening they feared has already happened, and there is nothing they can do to undo it. And so, as Carl Jung revealed, when you grow beyond a narcissist's control, their final tactic isn't surrender. It's a calculated move to destabilize your confidence and pull you back into their web. Recognizing this pattern is not just about protecting yourself. It's about reclaiming your power, standing firm in your truth, and refusing to let manipulation define your path. If this insight from spiritual wisdom has opened your eyes, I invite you to like this video, share it with someone who might need it, and subscribe to our channel. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you won't miss our upcoming videos, filled with more empowering truths to guide your journey. The dark side of the intuitive introvert's mind. Carl Jung's take. INTJ, INFJ. Aristotle once said, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom." And for intuitive introverts, that journey of self-awareness is both a gift and a burden. In the Spiritual Wisdom chapter, we delve into Carl Jung's perspective on the shadow side of the INTJ and INFJ mind, exploring why the very understanding that helps you understand the world can sometimes make it harder to live in it. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own experiences. Have your deepest insights ever felt isolated or misunderstood? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your story may be the mirror someone else needs to see their own truth. 1. The curse of deep insight. Introverted intuitives, especially those shaped by the psychological framework Carl Jung described, possess a rare ability to read life at a level that goes far beyond surface appearances. They can walk into a room and feel the tension before a single word is spoken, sense dishonesty wrapped in polite conversation, or detect the quiet ache someone tries to hide behind a smile. Their mind does not simply collect information. It weaves connections between events, body language, tone, and patterns of behavior, creating an almost prophetic understanding of what is truly happening and what is yet to come. This is not a skill that can be learned through study alone. It is a soul-deep perception, an inner radar tuned to frequencies most people are blind to. Yet for all its beauty and precision, this ability often feels less like a gift and more like a burden. The reason is simple. Most people do not want to be seen this clearly. They may be told they are overthinking or reading too much into things, when in reality, they are perceiving truths others are not ready to face. This rejection doesn't just sting. It teaches them that sharing what they see can disrupt relationships, provoke defensiveness, or even lead to isolation. Over time, they learn to carry their insights in silence, holding back the very perceptions that could protect or guide others. This silence is not born of apathy, but of a deep understanding that truth, in the wrong moment, can do more harm than good. And so, they become silent watchers, observing, processing, and storing what they know until the time is right, if it ever comes. This inner world can be both powerful and lonely. The intuitive introvert's mind operates like a bridge between the conscious and unconscious, gathering fragments from both worlds and shaping them into coherent meaning. But this heightened awareness is often misunderstood by those who live only at the surface. They might be labeled as overly intense, detached, or even strange, when in truth, they are simply attuned to the undercurrents of human experience. It is in these undercurrents that the soul of the intuitive lives, constantly scanning, feeling, and connecting dots that others never think to connect. The weight of this gift grows heavier when it touches matters of trust and morality. They can sense when a partner's words ring hollow, when a friend's smile hides despair, or when a workplace's values are eroding behind the scenes. This constant exposure to what lies beneath the mask forces them into a delicate dance between revealing the truth and protecting their own peace. They want to help, but they know that not every truth can be spoken without consequence. This leaves them carrying a quiet emotional load that few ever see, making their compassion deeper, but their solitude sharper. At their core, introverted intuitives are not detached cynics. They are deeply empathetic souls who long for harmony, even as their vision reveals the fractures beneath it. They hold the paradox of being both healer and silent witness, understanding that sometimes the most loving act is not to force change, but to wait for the right moment, or to guide subtly from the background. The challenge they face is learning how to bear this sight without letting it crush them, how to honor their soul's vision without burning themselves out in a world that often prefers shadows to light. And in mastering this balance, they transform their so-called curse into a quiet power that shapes their path and touches the lives of those ready to truly see. Do you feel the weight of this rare gift? If you're ready to embrace your deep insight and turn it into your greatest strength, comment below. I trust my intuition to affirm your journey. 2. Jung's discovery. Carl Jung's work revealed that you're not fabricating scenarios in your head. You're perceiving inner objects, the subtle psychological forces, buried emotions, and hidden motivations that shape people's actions beneath the surface. This rare ability allows you to sense patterns in behavior and unspoken truths long before they become obvious. Patterns Jung recognized as archetypes emerging from the collective unconscious, a shared well of symbolic knowledge humanity carries across cultures and centuries. In everyday life, this shows up when you meet someone and instantly feel drawn to them, or uneasy without a single logical reason. Your unconscious has already read the room, matched signals to timeless patterns, and delivered its verdict before you're even aware of it. In modern settings, this sensitivity is both a superpower and a burden. Picture sitting in a meeting where everyone agrees on a proposal, yet you notice the slight pause in someone's voice or the fleeting shift in their eyes. You can feel something is wrong. You voice your concern, but others dismiss it until the hidden truth emerges later, proving your instincts right all along. This is the paradox Jung described. The gift that empowers you is also the very thing that can make you feel misunderstood or alienated. Without self-awareness, it can tip into overanalysis, mistrust, or emotional exhaustion. The true mastery lies in refining this perception, learning when to trust it fully and when to anchor it in evidence. Jung emphasized that such intuition, when guided by self-knowledge and humility, becomes a force for clarity and connection rather than conflict. Your role is not to expose people recklessly, but to understand them deeply, using your insight to navigate relationships and decisions with compassion. As Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." By honoring your inner knowing while keeping it balanced with patience and discernment, you transform it from an isolating trait into a source of wisdom, one that not only protects your soul, but also enriches the lives of those around you. 3. Why it feels so real. It feels so real because your mind doesn't move through life collecting clues one by one like most people do. Instead, you are given complete, vivid images of what lies beneath the surface, as if the truth itself has chosen to reveal its face to you in a single, undeniable moment. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." For the intuitive introvert, this awakening is not a rare event, but a constant state of being, as though your soul is tuned to a deeper, unspoken frequency. You don't need proof or a trail of evidence to understand what's happening. You simply know. And that knowing arrives with a spiritual weight that others can't quite comprehend. Imagine sitting across from someone, catching the faintest shift in their tone or expression, and suddenly sensing the heartbreak they've been hiding for years. Imagine walking into a room and feeling the silent tension settle over you like a heavy mist, even though no one has said a word. These are not guesses. They are fully formed truths that appear in your mind whole and complete, and their clarity can be as overwhelming as it is powerful. This is the paradox of your gift. It grants you profound empathy, foresight, and the ability to read between the lines of human behavior. Yet it can also leave you feeling like an outsider, carrying knowledge that others would rather ignore. People may tell you you're overanalyzing or reading too much into things, but deep down, you know you're not overthinking what you're perceiving, and what you perceive is often more real than what they choose to see. Your spiritual radar is always on, tuned to signals most people will never detect, making you both a mirror and a light for those who cross your path. Yet this same depth can unsettle others because you uncover the truths they spend their lives trying to hide. It's why your perceptions feel heavier, sharper, and more certain than ordinary thoughts. They are not just mental conclusions, but soul impressions, carrying layers of meaning that reach far beyond logic. The task, then, is not to silence this gift, but to learn how to carry it with grace, to wield it with compassion, and to share it in ways that don't overwhelm, but instead awaken. For when you master this balance, you step into the highest role of the intuitive soul, not as someone who forces others to see the truth, but as someone whose very presence makes the truth impossible to ignore. Comment below, "I trust my inner vision," if you're ready to embrace the vivid truths your mind reveals and fully honor the power of your intuitive perception. 4. The hidden cost. Over-reliance on intuition may feel like a strength, but it carries a hidden cost that quietly undermines balance. When the intuitive function dominates, the inferior function, practical, sensory engagement with the real world weakens, leaving gaps in daily life. This neglect can lead to disorganization, forgotten responsibilities, and a slow drift away from the grounding structures that keep life stable. The soul may soar in the realm of ideas and insights, yet the body lags behind, disconnected from the present moment. It's like having a compass that always points to the horizon but forgets to show the ground beneath your feet. Carl Jung observed that when this imbalance takes root, it doesn't simply create a messy desk or a missed appointment. It creates psychological strain. Without grounding, intuition can spiral into overthinking, anxiety, and detachment from reality. The mind becomes flooded with visions, patterns, and meanings, but struggles to translate them into concrete steps. In daily life, this might look like endlessly mapping out a future plan, yet never taking the first action, or sensing the truth about someone's intentions, but forgetting to reply to their message. The visionary gift turns inward on itself, becoming more of a burden than a guide. The way back to harmony is not to suppress intuition, but to consciously strengthen the neglected sensory function. Grounding actions, cooking a meal, tending to your space, feeling the texture of fabric in your hands, or noticing the warmth of sunlight are not mundane distractions. They are anchors that pull your awareness into the present. By practicing this, you close the gap between inner vision and outer reality, allowing insight to become something that shapes the world rather than just observes it. True mastery comes when the soul's deep wisdom meets the tangible, lived world. Intuition illuminates the path ahead, but it needs the steady steps of practical action to bring its visions to life. When both work together, the inner world no longer floats above the surface. It becomes a force that reshapes the present, aligning what you see within with what you build without. 5. The danger of neglect. Carl Jung warned that when we ignore the essential aspects of life, we don't erase them. We merely push them into the unconscious, where they gather force until they explode in ways we can't control. For the intuitive introvert, this often comes from becoming so absorbed in the rich, complex world of ideas, patterns, and meaning that the demands of the practical world are left to wither in the background. You may convince yourself that mundane tasks, like paying bills, keeping medical appointments, tending to daily responsibilities, can wait because your mind is engaged with something more meaningful. But reality has no patience for delay. Over time, this neglect takes form as a gnawing undercurrent of anxiety, an obsessive preoccupation with minor health concerns, or a compulsive fixation on insignificant details perfectly aligning the books on a shelf, endlessly tweaking your workspace while the pillars of your life, like career stability or personal relationships, quietly begin to erode. I once knew a gifted INFJ whose ability to foresee the trajectory of complex projects was almost prophetic. Yet her avoidance of routine paperwork and health management slowly undermined the very stability she needed to support her brilliance. This is the shadow Jung spoke of, the neglected parts of the self returning not as harmless reminders, but as disruptive forces capable of derailing the conscious life. Neglect is not a passive absence. It is an active seedbed for problems that will eventually demand more energy to fix than they would have to prevent. In modern life, the danger is magnified by the endless pull of digital distractions. It's easy to fall into productive procrastination, where you fill your day with safe, surface-level busyness, replying to every email, scrolling for information you don't urgently need, organizing files you rarely open while sidestepping the difficult conversations, overdue commitments, or uncomfortable truths that truly matter. Each time you choose avoidance over action, you're making a withdrawal from your future well-being. The dam may look sturdy on the surface, but tiny cracks are forming beneath, and once they give way, the damage will not be subtle. This isn't about abandoning your inner life. It's a rare and powerful gift that allows you to see connections others miss. But a gift without grounding becomes a liability. To protect your clarity and peace, you must balance the abstract with the concrete, meeting life's tangible demands with the same precision you bring to your internal visions. Carl Jung believed individuation, the process of becoming a whole, integrated self, requires us to embrace every aspect of our being, even the parts that find daily maintenance dull or unworthy of attention. Facing the world directly, addressing both the profound and the practical, frees you from the unconscious pressures that fuel anxiety, compulsions, and crises. It is in the act of integration where the visionary mind meets the grounded hands that your soul finds stability. When you give as much care to the structure of your daily life as you do to the architecture of your inner world, you create a foundation strong enough to support your deepest insights. Neglect may feel harmless in the moment, but in truth, it's a quiet architect of chaos. By confronting the small things before they grow, you safeguard your energy, your vision, and the harmony of your entire being. Stay connected with our spiritual wisdom community by subscribing today. Here, we explore the deeper layers of the soul and learn how to balance insight with the realities of life. Remember, your awareness is a gift. Nurture it, and you'll stand strong in a world that often misunderstands you. 6. The solution: integration. Instead of burying your intuitive gift or trying to force yourself into the rigid mold of pure practicality, Carl Jung offered a far more profound spiritual approach to individuation, the lifelong process of bringing all parts of the psyche into harmony. He understood that your intuition is not a flaw to suppress, but a rare instrument that, when tuned correctly, can reveal truths that others miss. Yet without balance, it can feel like a burden, pulling you away from the present moment and into an endless stream of perceptions and possibilities. Jung believed the key was to anchor this gift in the tangible world so that it could serve you rather than exhaust you. He compared the psyche to an orchestra where intuition may be the violin playing the most beautiful and haunting melody, but it will only reach its full potential when it plays in time with the grounding percussion of sensory reality, the steady rhythm of logic, and the deep bass of emotional stability. This harmony is cultivated by creating simple, repeatable systems for daily life rituals, such as morning reflection, mindful movement, or maintaining a clear and ordered environment, so that your insights are no longer fleeting flashes, but seeds that can take root and grow. Jung also emphasized the power of active imagination, a practice where you intentionally engage with the images, archetypes, and symbolic figures that emerge from your unconscious. In this dialogue, you are not passively receiving visions, but actively testing, shaping, and refining them until they reveal a truth you can apply in the real world. This is not mere daydreaming. It is a deliberate act of inner craftsmanship, forging meaning out of mystery. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, Jung warned. And these words reveal why integration is essential. Without it, your inner world controls you. With it, you control the flow between your inner and outer realities. Think of it like a lighthouse. If its base is weak, the light will waver and scatter in the storm. But with a strong foundation, it becomes a fixed point of guidance, cutting through darkness with precision. By uniting your intuition with grounded presence, you transform it from an overwhelming flood into a clear stream that nourishes your choices, relationships, and sense of purpose. This is the essence of integration, turning your inner visions into living forces that move through your daily actions. So your spiritual gift becomes not a secret weight you carry, but a guiding light that shapes your path and quietly illuminates the way for others. 7. Becoming a grounded visionary. When you learn to balance your inner vision with decisive outer action, you step into the rare space of the grounded visionary, a place where your intuition is no longer a silent presence drifting in the background, but a powerful force actively shaping the world around you. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." This awakening is not about chasing the illusion of perfection, but about committing to the practice of merging what you see within with what you bring to life in the outer world. It is the understanding that the soul's deep perception is only the seed, and seeds must be planted in the soil of consistent action if they are to grow into something that transforms both you and those around you. To walk this path, you must learn the rhythm of inner listening and outer doing. Like a musician who hones their skill not by hiding in a quiet room, but by stepping into the noise and uncertainty of the stage, you refine your gift through active engagement with life. You test your insights in real situations. You adjust, you recalibrate, and in doing so, you strengthen the bridge between the spiritual and the practical. This is where the shift happens. What once felt like a burden, an overwhelming flood of impressions and possibilities, becomes a focused current of creativity, influence, and healing. Instead of being trapped in the endless loops of what could be, you anchor your visions into what is, building step by step until something real, tangible, and lasting stands in front of you. This process demands patience, humility, and persistence. Mastery is never a single mountaintop moment. It is an ongoing dance between inner knowing and outer doing, between the soul's quiet whisper and the loud demands of the world. Each time you choose to act despite uncertainty, despite imperfection, you reinforce the truth that your intuitive mind is not a fragile thing to be hidden away. It is a powerful tool meant to illuminate paths, awaken others, and alter the very environment you inhabit. Through this integration, your gift stops being an isolated vision and becomes a living presence, one that inspires thought, moves hearts, and changes lives. In the end, being a grounded visionary means more than having insight. It means having the courage to embody it. You become a bridge between the invisible and the visible, a channel through which spiritual wisdom flows into the reality of daily life. And when you live this way, your presence leaves a legacy that speaks long after you are gone. A legacy built not only on what you saw, but on what you dared to bring into the world. If this resonates with you, share your thoughts in the comments and type, "I choose to be a grounded visionary," to affirm your commitment to balancing intuition with real-world action. Remember, The true power of your gift lies in consistent practice, turning what once felt like a burden into a soul-aligned force for transformation. And so, as we close this exploration of the dark side of the intuitive introvert's mind, remember that your depth of perception is not a flaw. It's a rare and powerful lens through which you see the world. Carl Jung taught us that self-awareness turns what feels like a curse into a gift. And when you learn to channel your insight with wisdom and balance, it becomes a source of strength, purpose, and connection. If you found value in this journey, please like this video, share it with others who might need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos filled with insight, inspiration, and transformation. This is why every empath eventually snaps and becomes the shadow they feared. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. What if the empath's gentle heart, once a source of light, becomes the very doorway to a hidden shadow no one dares to speak of? In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we uncover the dark truth Carl Jung warned us about, the silent breaking point of the empath and what it reveals about the deeper forces within the soul. If you've ever felt like your kindness was mistaken for weakness, or your silence was misread as peace, this message is for you. As you listen, consider how these insights apply to your own life. Have you noticed moments when your empathy turned into exhaustion? Share your story in the comments. We'd love to hear your thoughts and reflections. 1. Empaths absorb too much and forget themselves. They begin with open hearts, radiant with compassion, intuitively drawn to the unspoken wounds of others. Empaths don't just understand pain, they absorb it. They feel it in their bones, breathe it in as if it were their own, and carry it like an invisible burden. But over time, something quiet begins to unravel. As they become the emotional caretakers for everyone else, they start to lose touch with themselves. Their own needs become whispers drowned out by the louder cries around them. What begins as sacred service becomes self-abandonment. They confuse compassion with compliance, equating love with sacrifice and healing with self-neglect. And slowly, their soul begins to disappear beneath the weight of other people's chaos, until one day they can't recognize themselves in the mirror. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But empaths often live in the shadow of who others need them to be until the soul can no longer bear the dissonance. The empath breaks not out of bitterness, but from years of misalignment. This breaking is sacred. It is the moment the soul stops bleeding for what does not bleed for it. Sometimes this looks like silence, sometimes like distance, but always it is a reclaiming. The empath no longer says yes when they mean no. They stop apologizing for existing. They stop rescuing those who demand healing but resist accountability. And the most painful truth they face is that their presence had become a lifeline for people who only loved them for their ability to carry pain. When the empath awakens to this reality, the soul does not collapse. It rises. This rise is not loud. It is not explosive. It is still sovereign and spiritually anchored. The empath becomes the mirror instead of the sponge. They reflect rather than absorb. And in that reflection, they force others to confront their own shadows, often for the first time. The ones who once called them too sensitive now call them distant. The ones who relied on their emotional labor now say they've changed. And they have. Because the soul has remembered its wholeness. It no longer tolerates being fragmented just to be palatable. What once triggered deep emotion now passes through like static, not because they don't feel it, but because their nervous system has stopped being a battlefield. This is not numbness. It is clarity. It is the maturation of a soul that has walked through fire and chosen to stop setting itself ablaze for others to stay warm. They stop offering explanations. They stop negotiating their worth. They stop pouring energy into voids that never filled them. Instead, they turn inward. They rest. They heal. They choose themselves not as an act of ego, but as an act of soul preservation. For the first time, their love includes their own name. The empath who once overfunctioned now understands that boundaries are not walls, but declarations of self-respect. And what was once called breaking was actually becoming. The soul has not given up. It has come home. Have you ever lost yourself trying to care for everyone else? If this message resonates with your soul, share your experience in the comments so others know they're not alone. If you're ready to start honoring your own emotions and boundaries, type "I choose me" below, and let's walk this healing path together. 2. Suppressed emotions form the empath's shadow. Empaths are often praised for their kindness, compassion, and emotional sensitivity. But beneath that gentle surface lies a hidden storm that few ever notice until it erupts. From a young age, many empaths learn that in order to be loved or accepted, they must be agreeable, accommodating, and endlessly selfless. So they begin to suppress what they believe will make others uncomfortable: anger, resentment, pride, even the natural desire to say no. In trying to embody the role of the good soul, they exile parts of themselves to the unconscious, unaware that these disowned aspects are not gone, but quietly growing stronger in the shadows. According to Carl Jung, the shadow is the part of the psyche that holds everything we refuse to see in ourselves. And for the empath, this includes not just rage and frustration, but also the unmet need to be protected, seen, and heard. The more they deny these emotions, the more power they gain. Eventually, the empath becomes a stranger to their own soul, smiling on the outside while drowning in invisible exhaustion on the inside. You might notice this process in someone close to you, or even in yourself. There's that friend who always listened, always gave, always stayed silent in conflict, until one day they snapped. No warning, no explanation, just an emotional shutdown or a sudden eruption. It wasn't that they changed overnight. It was that the mask could no longer hold back the truth. This is the empath's breaking point, but it's not destruction. It's revelation. Carl Jung reminded us that you are not what happened to you. You are what you choose to become. And when the empath finally breaks, they are choosing to become whole again. What looks like selfishness is really self-rescue. What seems like coldness is often clarity. And what some label as too much is simply a soul reclaiming its rightful space. The empath begins to draw boundaries, not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. They stop fixing everyone else's chaos because they finally realize their energy was never meant to be an emotional sponge for the world. As the shadow rises, it doesn't make them darker. It makes them honest. They no longer carry guilt, for being unavailable to people who only love them for their compliance. They stop apologizing for needing space, for saying no, for not being the healer on demand. This is the moment when the empath stops leaking energy and starts preserving it. They learn that the light they've always radiated must also shine inward. Carl Jung believed the path to wholeness requires integrating the shadow, and that's exactly what this process is, a reunion with the abandoned self. It's painful, yes, but it's also sacred. Because when the empath finally allows their truth to surface, they don't lose their empathy, they refine it. It becomes rooted, clear, and powerful. No longer used as a tool for self-erasure, empathy becomes an expression of choice, not obligation. And in this new embodiment, the empath doesn't just survive, they thrive, because they've stopped betraying themselves to be understood. They've remembered that being spiritual is not about being endlessly soft. It's about being soul-aligned, even when that means being fierce. 3. The snapping is a necessary eruption, not a breakdown. The snapping is not a collapse. It is the moment the soul rises through the cracks. When an empath finally breaks, it's not because they've failed. It's because they've spent a lifetime absorbing the pain of others, silencing their own voice, and performing peace at the cost of their own emotional truth. What looks like an explosion is really an awakening. For years, the empath has been cast in the role of caretaker, healer, the one who always understands, but understanding everyone else while ignoring your own inner storm is not compassion. It is self-abandonment in disguise. As Carl Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The empath's unconscious is a pressure cooker filled with denied anger, repressed boundaries, and unmet needs. And eventually, the soul refuses to play dead. The snapping is the sacred revolt of a spirit that has outgrown its cage. It is not an act of destruction, but one of reclamation, reclaiming the parts of yourself you buried just to be loved, accepted, or safe. This spiritual rupture marks the moment when you stop pretending to be light without shadow, good without rage, kind without limits. You begin to see that your healing cannot be dependent on how well you serve others while ignoring your own needs. What society calls a breakdown is actually your truth finally breaking through the mask. You begin to choose honesty over harmony, boundaries over people-pleasing, solitude over toxic familiarity. You start to grieve the years you lived as half a soul, and something in you whispers, "No more." Jung reminded us, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The empath, when they snap, is finally making that darkness conscious, not to become bitter, but to become whole. You stop leaking energy into situations that drain you. You stop being the emotional sponge and become the mirror. You no longer let guilt, fear of abandonment, or the illusion of duty dictate your choices. This isn't numbness, it's clarity. You are not reacting because you've grown beyond the chaos. Your soul no longer vibrates at that frequency. In this moment, you're no longer just surviving. You're remembering who you were before the world taught you to edit yourself for acceptance. The snapping is your sacred revolt against spiritual bypassing, against the idea that you must be endlessly soft to be spiritually evolved. You are soft, yes, but you are also steel. You are finally integrating your sacred no with your compassionate yes. The empath doesn't snap because they're weak. They snap because for the first time, they're strong enough to stop bleeding for everyone else and start breathing for themselves. This is not the fall. This is the rise. If you're ready to honor your sacred breakthrough and reclaim your full self, don't hesitate to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's rise together from the snap, not as broken, but as whole. 4. The empath's behavior was shaped by early conditioning. Most empaths were not raised to honor their own emotions. They were raised to manage everyone else's. In childhood, they learned that love was conditional and often came with a price: their silence, their compliance, their emotional invisibility. They were rewarded for being easy, for being good, for putting others first, and they were punished through shame, withdrawal, or disapproval for expressing anything messy, like anger, grief, or frustration. This early conditioning trained them to split their soul in two: the socially acceptable version that smiles and serves, and the hidden shadow that holds every unspoken truth. Carl Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." And this is exactly what happens to the empath. Their unconscious shadow, formed by years of emotional self-abandonment, quietly begins to run the show. While the world sees someone kind, gentle, and endlessly giving, inside the empath is a pressure building, a storm gathering strength in silence. They've been absorbing the emotions of others for so long that they've forgotten what their own soul sounds like. They've become a mirror for others' wounds while neglecting their own. And eventually, that mirror shatters not out of cruelty, but from sheer exhaustion. The breaking point isn't dramatic, it's spiritual. It's the moment their soul refuses to be silenced any longer. What looks like sudden anger or withdrawal is actually a sacred eruption of truth. The empath begins to reclaim everything they buried: the rage that was never safe, the sadness that had no room, the voice that was always told to be quieter. This process is messy, misunderstood, and often judged by the very people who benefited from the empath's silence. But this is when real healing begins. The empath who breaks is not falling apart. They are finally falling into themselves. They stop apologizing for their truth. They stop shrinking for the comfort of others. They stop earning love by sacrificing their authenticity. Their kindness no longer comes from fear or guilt. It comes from clarity, from knowing that loving others never required the abandonment of self. As the soul reintegrates, they discover that boundaries are not rejection, they are protection. That saying no is not cruelty, it is self-respect. That they were never too much. The room was simply too small. This return to the self is not a betrayal of their nature. It is the highest act of spiritual alignment. Because true empathy is not about disappearing into others, it's about being fully present with your own soul, so that when you choose to give, it is from overflow, not depletion. And that is when the empath becomes powerful, not because they've hardened, but because they've awakened. Not because they've stopped caring, but because they've remembered that their own soul matters too. 5. Dreams, breakdowns, and triggers awaken the unconscious. When an empath dreams vividly, breaks down without warning, or finds themselves deeply triggered by seemingly insignificant moments, it is not random. It is a sacred message from the unconscious. Carl Jung taught that the unconscious reveals itself through symbols, dreams, and emotional upheaval. And for the empath, these signs are not just spiritual whispers, but urgent calls for transformation. These intense emotional experiences are not signs of weakness or instability. They are signals that deep inner wounds and unmet needs have reached a boiling point. For empaths, who often live in constant resonance with the emotions of others, it's easy to lose track of their own emotional truth. They may spend years sacrificing themselves for peace, for harmony, for love. But the unconscious does not forget. It stores every unspoken boundary, every suppressed feeling, every self-betrayal. And when the soul can no longer carry the weight, it sends a message that cannot be ignored. A woman who has spent her entire life being the emotional caregiver, the mediator, the fixer, she may suddenly find herself weeping uncontrollably after a minor disagreement at work. But the tears are not about the argument. They are about the years of being unheard, unseen, and unacknowledged. The trigger is just the surface. The real eruption is coming from her soul, from a part of her that has long been silenced. Carl Jung emphasized that what we do not bring to consciousness appears in our lives as fate. And for the empath, this means that ignoring emotional wounds will only lead to repeated patterns of pain. These breakdowns are not breakdowns at all. They are breakthroughs. They are not failures, but the moment the soul decides to be honest. Dreams become louder, more symbolic. Triggers become more frequent. Emotional storms become unavoidable. And this is not a descent into madness. It is the beginning of a return to the self. The shadow, as Jung explained, is everything we have refused to acknowledge in ourselves. For the empath, the shadow may be the rage they've been taught to hide, the selfishness they were told was shameful, or the boundaries they were conditioned to feel guilty for asserting. When the unconscious finally forces a confrontation with the shadow, it is not an attack, it is a rescue mission. The soul no longer wants to live in fragments. It wants wholeness. It wants the truth. And it will fight for it through dreams, through pain, through disruption. The lesson is this: your emotional intensity is not a curse, it is a compass. Your breakdowns are not setbacks, they are revelations. Your triggers are not weaknesses. They are mirrors showing you where your healing still lies. When you begin to treat your inner landscape as sacred, as Carl Jung did, you realize that the unconscious is not your enemy. It is your greatest guide. Everything that has shaken you is leading you back to yourself. Everything that has broken you is pointing you toward a deeper spiritual integration. And when you answer the call of the unconscious, not with fear, but with reverence, you begin the real journey, not to become someone new, but to finally remember who you've always been. If you've ever felt like your dreams or breakdowns were trying to tell you something deeper, you're not alone. These moments are sacred messages from the unconscious, guiding your healing. If this resonates with you, type in the comments, "I welcome the messages of my soul." And don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video to support others on their path of awakening. 6. Integration is the true healing, not avoidance or indulgence. True spiritual healing is not about escaping your shadow or drowning in it. It's about integration, the sacred act of welcoming every fragmented part of yourself home. As Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. For the empath, who is often praised for their softness and light, this journey isn't easy. You've likely spent years absorbing other people's emotions, mistaking passivity for peace, and silencing your own rage to preserve harmony. But real healing demands that you stop abandoning yourself in the name of compassion. It requires you to finally turn toward your shadow and say, I see you, I hear you, and I will no longer pretend you don't exist, because your power has never lived in how good you are at suppressing your truth. It lives in how honestly you can hold all of it. Integration means knowing you are kind and capable of fury, gentle and unshakable, nurturing and sovereign. And it is from this place of wholeness that clarity is born. You no longer react unconsciously or overgive in the name of love. Instead, you respond from awareness, choosing who you will be without guilt or apology. This is not weakness. It is maturity. It is what makes you spiritually unshakable, emotionally boundaried, and soulfully grounded. You begin to see that your shadow is not a flaw, but a teacher, offering wisdom from the places you've ignored. You realize that your triggers are not signs of failure, but invitations to integrate the pain that once defined you. And when you stop running from your edges, you start to expand. No longer ruled by guilt, people-pleasing, or fear of rejection, you reclaim the sacred space of your own center. You stop seeking validation from those who misunderstand your depth and start embodying the quiet, undeniable power of someone who knows who they are. You don't need to scream your boundaries, they are felt. You don't need to prove your worth, it radiates. And in this evolution, you stop being just the empath who saves everyone else. You become the soul who has saved herself. Integration is not a one-time act. It is a lifelong spiritual discipline. You will revisit your shadows. You will stumble. But each time you choose consciousness over avoidance, truth over comfort, you reclaim more of yourself. So don't be afraid of your fire. Don't mistake emotional neutrality for numbness. What you're feeling now is not the loss of your light. It's the beginning of your fullness. You're not falling apart. You're breaking open. And in that opening lies a kind of beauty no illusion of perfection could ever touch. 7. They become sovereign and not reactive. They become sovereign, not reactive. That single truth marks the sacred turning point in an empath's journey. The moment when the soul no longer bows to the emotional storms of others, but stands rooted in its own truth. If you've ever felt like you were drowning in the needs, projections, and chaos of those around you, know this. The breaking point wasn't your end. It was the soul's demand for liberation. As Carl Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This is the hidden shadow. No one talks about the silent transformation when the empath evolves from a sponge to a mirror. The healed empath does not absorb anymore. They reflect. They see without reacting, feel without collapsing, and love without abandoning themselves. This shift is not a hardening of the heart, but a refinement of the spirit. It's what happens when a soul decides that peace is no longer negotiable, and that empathy is not an invitation to be used. You see, for most of their life, the empath equates love with rescue, boundaries with rejection, and stillness with guilt. But once the healing begins, the soul rewrites these unconscious codes. The healed empath says, no, not with fear, but with wisdom. There is no trembling in their voice, no need to over-explain. That no becomes an act of spiritual alignment, a way to honor their inner compass. They no longer offer their energy as a bottomless well. Instead, they become selective, intentional, and anchored. They ask, does this serve my soul? Is this my burden to carry? They become guardians of their own life force, no longer available for roles that require them to shrink, silence their truth, or betray their needs for someone else's comfort. What's most remarkable is how the healed empath's presence changes. They become still, yet powerful, silent, yet deeply heard. Their grounded energy becomes a mirror that disrupts other people's unconscious patterns. And this makes some uncomfortable, not because the empath has changed in a harmful way, but because others can no longer manipulate or access them through guilt, chaos, or fear. The healed empath doesn't react to emotional bait. They pause. They observe. They respond from soul, not survival. This spiritual sovereignty creates space for real transformation, not just for the empath, but for everyone around them. When you no longer feed dysfunction with your attention, it starves. So if you've ever been told that you're too sensitive, too emotional, or too much, understand this. Your sensitivity was never the problem. It was your untrained energy that made you vulnerable. But now, you've trained it. You've harnessed your intuition, reclaimed your boundaries, and remembered that your soul was not born to be an emotional landfill. It was born to radiate presence, discernment, and divine clarity. And this, dear listener, is the hidden shadow that becomes your light, the very breakdown that birthed your spiritual breakthrough. The healed empath doesn't just survive chaos. They outgrow it, transmute it, and become the calm in the storm. Because their soul finally remembered what it was always meant to be: sovereign, sacred, and free. Step into your sovereignty with us by subscribing to our channel. Here, we honor the journey of healed empaths, those who set boundaries with grace and live from inner wisdom. Join our community where grounded energy, self-respect, and spiritual growth are celebrated. You are no longer reactive. You are rooted. 8. True power comes from wholeness. True power doesn't come from always being kind, agreeable, or endlessly available. It comes from becoming whole. Carl Jung taught us that individuation is the process of embracing both the light and the shadow. And nowhere is this more apparent than in the journey of an empath. Empaths often begin life as deeply sensitive souls, tuned into everyone else's emotions, needs, and energies, but disconnected from their own. They are praised for their compassion, yet punished when they draw boundaries. They try to be the peacekeepers, the healers, the ones who absorb the room's chaos just to make it bearable for everyone else. But over time, something cracks. The constant suppression of their needs, the avoidance of conflict, and the self-abandonment eventually lead to what can only be described as a spiritual rupture. This is not a breakdown, it's a breakthrough. Let me tell you a story that may sound familiar. There's a woman in her 40s named Sarah. For years, she played the role of the good daughter, the understanding wife, the loyal friend. She said yes when she meant no. She forgave betrayal after betrayal. She gave everything and asked for nothing. But one day, after a heated conversation with a colleague who had overstepped one too many times, she didn't smile. She didn't apologize. She didn't explain herself. She walked away, not out of rage, but out of clarity. In that moment, Sarah didn't just reclaim her time. She reclaimed her soul. That quiet exit wasn't a weakness. It was power. It was the moment she stopped being the emotional sponge and became the mirror. The moment she realized she wasn't here to carry everyone's pain, but to honor her own. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This is exactly what happens to empaths who haven't integrated their shadow. They think they're being kind, but they're actually being controlled by unconscious fears. The fear of rejection, the fear of conflict, the fear of not being enough. But when the empath breaks, when they finally stop betraying themselves to keep the peace, they don't become cold or heartless. They become integrated. They become real. They become someone who can love without losing themselves. This transformation doesn't mean they stop feeling. It means they stop leaking energy into chaos that was never theirs to begin with. And that's the hidden shadow no one talks about. That many empaths are driven by wounds, not wisdom. By healing these wounds and reclaiming their voice, their time, and their truth, they no longer try to rescue or fix everyone else. Instead, they embody a higher form of love, one that includes themselves. This isn't about revenge or shutting down emotionally. It's about becoming whole, which, as Carl Jung emphasized, is the real path to power. So here's what I want you to take away from this. If you are an empath, your soul is not here just to feel deeply. It's here to awaken fully. Stop apologizing for your clarity. Stop shrinking for other people's comfort. Start honoring the sacred no as much as the compassionate yes. Because your spiritual journey isn't just about healing others. It's about becoming someone who no longer abandons themselves in the name of love. And that, right there, is your true power. 9. The transformation is spiritual and archetypal. The transformation the empath undergoes is not just emotional, it is deeply spiritual, rooted in archetypal truth and soul memory. When the empath breaks, it is not a collapse of weakness, but a sacred unraveling. It mirrors the myth of Inanna, the goddess who descended into the underworld, shedding her garments at each gate until she stood bare before her shadow. In the same way, the empath must confront every mask they've worn to survive every smile that hid the pain, every yes that betrayed their boundaries, every silence that protected others but abandoned themselves. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain, and it is through this pain that the empath begins to awaken not to more suffering, but to sovereignty." They begin to remember that being spiritual is not about being soft or endlessly forgiving. It's about reclaiming their soul from every place it was lost. For years, empaths are praised for their light, how much they feel, how deeply they care, but no one sees the cost of that gift. No one talks about how spiritual trauma forms when an empath constantly absorbs the chaos of others while denying their own truth. Eventually, the soul can no longer bear the misalignment, and so it snaps not to destroy itself, but to escape the false peace that was built on self-abandonment. This sacred snapping is the gateway to integration. The empath begins to feel their own anger, their own sadness, their own unmet needs rising to the surface, not to shame them, but to remind them that they are whole and not just a mirror for other people's wounds. Carl Jung taught, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And this is exactly what happens. The empath, once devoted to being a healer, now becomes the mystic, not by avoiding the shadow, but by embodying it with awareness. In this rebirth, the empath stops being the emotional sponge and becomes the mirror. They no longer react to projection. They reflect it. They no longer chase closure. They create space. And they no longer fear being misunderstood because truth no longer needs validation. Their spiritual growth is no longer measured by how much they can endure, but by how deeply they can remain anchored in their essence. It is not a retreat from love, but a return to self-respect. It is not isolation, but discernment. It is not bitterness, but clarity. This journey, from fragmentation to fullness, from suppression to sovereignty, from wounding to awakening, is not a step away from spirituality. It is spirituality in its rawest, most authentic form. Are you ready to embrace your spiritual transformation and rise like the mystic you were born to be? If so, comment below. I embrace both shadow and light to declare your commitment to this powerful journey of awakening. 10. The healed empath radiates clarity, not chaos. The healed empath no longer walks into rooms wondering who they need to become to be accepted. They walk in already rooted in who they are, no longer absorbing everyone's chaos. They now emanate clarity so strong it subtly tunes the environment around them. They're not trying to fix anyone anymore because they've learned that healing doesn't happen through control, but through sacred witnessing. Their presence alone becomes a safe space, not because they sacrifice themselves, but because they've reclaimed themselves. Where they once needed to be liked or needed to feel worthy, now they embody a love that flows from fullness, not emotional starvation. Their soul is no longer bargaining for scraps of connection. It is sovereign, whole, and magnetic in its stillness. Once, their identity was tangled in the pain of others, as if their value was measured by how much weight they could carry. But now, they refuse to be the emotional mule. As Carl Jung warned, you are not what happened to you. You are what you choose to become. And this choice to no longer internalize other people's projections marks a radical turning point in the empath's spiritual evolution. They don't need to explain themselves or shrink to make others comfortable. Their silence is no longer suppression, it's sovereignty. Their stillness is no longer avoidance, it's alignment. And the beauty of this transformation is that they no longer pour themselves into bottomless cups. They pour into those who hold their own cups with care, with presence, with mutual respect. Their energy is no longer available to be siphoned through guilt, obligation, or unspoken contracts rooted in fear. Now, they love differently, not through desperation or performance, but with reverence and discernment. They can sit with another's pain without absorbing it, listen without losing themselves, and hold space without dissolving into it. Their soul has developed the spiritual muscle to stay grounded in storms and graceful in chaos. They are no longer emotionally reactive because they've done the inner work to become emotionally sovereign. Their love is no longer a cry for connection, it's a song of truth. And in their presence, others are confronted not with judgment, but with the mirror of their own potential. This is the hidden shadow no one talks about, that the empath's power was never in their softness alone, but in their soul's ability to alchemize pain into presence and chaos into calm. To affirm your growth into wholeness, declare it with intention. Comment below, "I radiate clarity," to honor your healing journey and inspire others to rise from chaos into calm presence. Thank you for joining us on this deep exploration into the hidden shadow of the empath, an emotional truth many feel but few can name. If this message resonated with you or sparked new insight, let it be a reminder that your sensitivity is not a weakness, but a sacred compass. There is power in your breaking point, and even greater power in how you choose to rebuild. To continue growing with us on this journey of spiritual wisdom and transformation, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our next soul-stirring insight. Your healing is not just personal, it's collective,